Masibula in Treasury saying, half the time, people just got breaking the rule by mistake. They don't even know what it's supposed to be. And the other half the time, people are keeping the money on purpose, taking advantage of this confusion. So that's the problem. It's too confusing. Which one must come first? Transformation of value for money. Then you don't know which one. You make it up yourself as officer. And if you make it for yourself, it's hard to audit. If it's hard to audit, you can see bribe, etc. So which one must come first? That is the question that any lawmaker must ask themselves in light of this serious problem. Which one must come first? I'm here to report the opinion of the Zombie Commission, and I quote directly again. Ultimately, in the view of the Commission, the primary national interest is best served when the government derives the max value for money in the procurement process, and procurement officials should be so advised. Maximum value for money. Which one? Transformation or value for money? Which one is more important? Value for money. Now, I agree with that. The bill does not do that, by the way. The bill, I'm sure everyone here is aware, is pulling very much in the other direction. In fact, the bill says both the minister and the PPO can refuse to grant a deviation or an exemption from the preferential aspects of this bill, even if to do so is uneconomic and makes the tender process impossible. Even if it's impossible, we can't do it here. There will be no toilet paper in the Johannesburg Art Gallery, as there has not been for years. There will be no replacement for the substation in Christian. We would rather have nothing than buy directly from a Japanese company. That is one way to think about it. Prioritize transformation over everything else. The other one is just do value for money. Prioritize values. That doesn't mean transformation goes away completely. It means in terms of prioritization, is number one, value for money. Why do I endorse that view? Why do I urge you to reconsider this bill? To prioritize, as the Zombie report recommends, value for money as number one and unambiguously so. In the first instance, we don't have enough money. People are living on a 350 Rand grant. That is not a way to live. Over 4 million children are malnourished. Every time you're spending extra, that money could have gone to paying down the debt,
which boosts the Rand, which boosts everyone's buying power. It could have gone to increasing the grants, or even just keeping the grants around. Instead, it's going to make someone who is already a millionaire into a billionaire. I don't think this council should be preoccupied with adding to the number of billionaires. I think it should be preoccupied with decreasing the number of starving children in this country, with decreasing the number of businesses that are running away because there are too many potholes to deliver basic goods from one side to another side in this country.
But where you're supposed to present for 10 minutes.
I believe I'm only at 8 minutes, sir. I will make my concluding remarks. If that's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So this is the question to reiterate. Do you prioritize transformation or do you prioritize value for money? And our submission is that you must prioritize value for money, and we clearly show how this bill does the opposite. Now, I want to conclude by saying the following. In terms of this process, I don't know ever before, this august committee will know better than me. When a bill has closed the written submissions date on the Monday, and then by the Wednesday already the oral presentations are over, it's extremely rushed, and it's extremely concerning given the magnitude of the question being asked here, and given the serious deficiencies in the way the bill is currently answering it. But that's not the only part of the process that's defunct. I don't believe that anyone in this chamber, and please correct me if I'm wrong, can say how much has preferential procurement cost us since the triple PFA was passed in 2000. It's an easy equation. All Treasury has to do is say every time a tender has gone not to the best value for money, but to another company that had better points, how much did they charge? And how much would the best value for money have charged? then you can minus the one from the other, without corruption, without disinvestment effects, just directly, how much did that extra preferential procurement cost? Then we can add that money up over 20 years, and we can do the calculation. How many children could we have fed with that money? How many schools could we have built with that money? We've got less schools now than we had 20 years ago.
Okay, Gabriel.
There's no budget in the SEIS, and the procedure is extremely rushed. That is my conclusion to my submission.
Okay. Thank you.
We urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear us? Are we audible enough? Can you hear us? Okay. Yes, it's NRF.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, we are aware of that. Good morning to all. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members, in affording us the opportunity to present the NRF inputs on the procurement bill. As the NRF, we pride ourselves as a premier research funding entity of government, and the bill impacts on our research and innovation procurement as we procure various non-standard commodities. So, Chair, if we go into the second slide, we are also a public 3A scheduled entity. We host the largest science project in the world and the largest science infrastructure on the African continent, which is the Square Kilometer Array. And as part of our primary mandate, we provide the necessary research infrastructure in order to facilitate the creation of knowledge, innovation, and development in all fields of science and technology, including humanities, social science, and indigenous knowledge. And again, our another primary mandate is that we promote the development and maintenance of the national science system. And you'll see why from our recommendation, Chair, we zoom too much into innovation because of it's part of our mandate. And we also want to appreciate the opportunity that you provided us in terms of the early consultation that the National Treasury provided us to give inputs in the 2020 version of the procurement bill. We also appreciate the fact that the current public procurement bill also talks to the issues of innovation and also the protection of procurement officials from liability. So, Chair, if you go to slide number 5, if you look at our recommendation, we do have a lot of recommendation, but for the purpose of this presentation, we decided to only focus on 8. So our comprehensive submission will provide the other recommendations that we have as the organization. So if I go to the first recommendation, which is innovation, we are of the strong view that innovation should be elevated in the procurement bill. It should not be a subcategory, but it must read, the bill must be amended to read promotion of innovation because of who we are as the NRF. And we are also, Chair, of the strong view that the environment should be able to afford an opportunity for innovation. We are of the view that the current procurement bill as written, it should include specific procurement methods in order to address innovation, because if you look at the procurement methods globally, we have a lot of procurement methods, and not only the few that have been legislated by National Treasury. And then we are also, Chair, of the strong view that in terms of capacity building, we need to have a Center for Procurement of Innovation to provide training and support in innovation procurement methods, tools, and guidelines. And also, Chair, we are also of the view that there must be additional innovation categories, because of, if you look at the current unemployment rate, especially of our youth, we have a high level of unemployment in our graduates, in our youth. So we are of the strong view that if innovation can be included in the current procurement bill and elevated as per our recommendation, then we'll be able to have a community and grassroots innovation, social innovation, innovation, local innovation, small and micro businesses, and also the issues of commercialization and sole suppliers. And then if we look at the methods, Chair, like I said before, we have a lot of the methods, but in order for us as the country to support the issues of innovation, especially in line of the high unemployment rate of our youth, we are recommending that there must be additional methods to support innovation procurement, which must be developed and implemented across all procuring institutions. And it must be innovation to specific procurement methods, and those methods, they must be innovation friendly. So we are of the view that the bill should be amended to clearly define the system, the type of methods and procedures. And Chair will see on our comprehensive submission to Parliament that we will include those methods. And as the NRF, we are making ourselves available to National Treasury to help them in developing all these other methods that we have in our procurement space. And then the other one, Chair, which is the tramping innovation out. We are of the strong view that the bill should not supersede the current NRF Act. So that is our recommendation. As projected on the screen, we are of the view that we need to replace it with a new subsection to clarify the need for appropriate differentiation application of the Act. And then lastly, Chair, if we look into the donor funding, we are of the strong view as the NRF that if donor funding exceeds 50% of the cost of the project, it is recommended that it be exempted from the Act. And this is seems to be international best practice if you look at the European Union. I have with me my other colleagues. I don't know whether they want to add something because of I think we still have a few time left, but thank you so much, Chair. We really appreciate it that you gave us an opportunity as the NRF to make our presentation. Thank you. And also, you must we request that the members, the honorable members, they must look at the other slides because due to time constraints, we couldn't present on all the slides, but our comprehensive submission will include all our recommendation as the NRF. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, National Commission, for your input and also saving almost 4 minutes of the time allocated. Are you there in the platform?
Yes, I am there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have
Okay.
10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, honourable members, National Treasury and other stakeholders participating in this. This is a vitally important piece of legislation which requires thorough deliberation and engagement with the issues at hand, and we really do appreciate the opportunity to present these oral submissions. We have provided detailed written submissions, but the crux of our submissions is that the past decade has demonstrated the fundamental weaknesses in our procurement systems. Firstly, that it is inefficient and so hasn't been able to facilitate service delivery. Second, that it hasn't successfully achieved the transformative priorities as preferential procurement frameworks have failed. Thirdly, that it is extremely vulnerable to abuse and so has been the route to self-enrichment through corrupt procurement deals and a lack of accountability. And finally, that the lack of transparency also facilitates corruption. And as we've seen in the COVID vaccine contracts that have recently been released, the lack of transparency hides abusive practices by suppliers. Next slide, please. So this bill seeks to introduce a new improved system, but what it does is merely tweak what we have. And we think that this is insufficient, and we would recommend innovative approaches to anti-corruption and a more direct and definitive piece of primary legislation. Our 4 main concerns, as you can see on the slide now, is that there's a continued fragmentation of legal instruments. There's been a policy abdication on preferential procurement. There are continued corruption risks, and there is a lack of entrenched transparency and access. Next slide, please. As many other submissions have highlighted yesterday and today, the bill does not establish a procurement system, and it leaves the key decision-making to regulations and instructions. Our concern is that this is anti-democratic, as it prevents Parliament, through its multi-party deliberations and public participation, from creating the necessary framework for the procurement system. But beyond that, it also risks the same problems we have now of a complex, multifaceted system where officials don't necessarily know what the law requires of them, and a system that can easily change, making it harder to keep track of what obligations the procurement officials have. Next slide, please. We would recommend that there are international examples and a model law which sets out exactly what type of detail should be set out in primary legislation rather than leaving it to subordinate legislation in regulations and instructions. And our other concern is that for the instructions to be made effectively and for their implementation to be monitored, we need to see more capacitation from Parliament and government more broadly to capacitate the Public Procurement Office. As it stands, the entity within National Treasury simply isn't given the resources and capacity to be able to conduct its responsibilities fully and effectively. Next slide. We also recommend that the bill set out guidelines for preferential procurement, how to balance the need for value for money with the transformation imperatives. This is an issue that is too important to be left to regulation, and we maintain that Parliament is the best entity to create the system because they are fully representative of the country. This links to our concern about leaving so much to regulation being anti-democratic. Next slide, please. We also, I think, if you could also just go to the next slide. Sorry, I think we've got, all right, thank you so much. In respect to the risks of corruption, what we are concerned about is that the monitoring systems in the bill are insufficient, and they are much the same as we have now. We are concerned that the PPO at present and as set up in the bill will not have the capacity or the independence to be a true monitoring body. And we're concerned that even though there's a tribunal that would be established in the bill, it is also not sufficiently independent because the officials are at risk of being hired and fired by the minister. This speaks to our concern that had been raised in the Zondo Commission that in order to really combat corruption within procurement, there needs to be a fully independent monitoring and accountability body that is independent of government and is not involved, the appointment of it is not involved but with the minister. We really would encourage that innovative approaches be adopted. We have provided examples in our written submissions of ways in which countries, mostly in the global south, have adopted innovative and different ways to allow for citizen monitoring and clearer oversight. There are examples of formalized citizen monitoring structures in Colombia where groups of citizens are directly involved in procurement structures, as well as some countries having procurement observatories, which provide assistance to procuring entities in drafting the bid documents and then monitoring how the contracts are implemented. We also, I think, next slide, please. Yeah, so here are the examples of the innovative systems. And as you can see, there are countries that are in similar positions to us with many of the same risks and sort of experience. We really encourage that, or recommend that there be full accessibility for law enforcement to all procurement data to allow law enforcement to conduct real-time monitoring rather than just being brought in when irregularities are suspected. Next slide, please. In respect of transparency, we welcome the increased transparency set out in the bill, but feel that it doesn't go quite far enough. We would recommend that there be transparency requirements at all stages of procurement, which is from the planning to the implementation. At present, the bill deals mostly with the tender and award process, and we recommend that this transparency be extended. But we are particularly concerned in the bill about the limitations that are given to commercial information and the confidentiality conferred on that. We've provided research in our written submissions on how the recommendations are that only legitimately sensitive commercial information be protected by confidentiality, and that there be strict instructions on when information that may be sensitive at the time of of the bid when it should be disclosed when it is no longer sensitive. And we also recommend that there should not be a blanket procurement context. Not all personal information should remain confidential. There's no need for that, and it threatens the general transparency and accountability in it. We also maintain that there should be a public interest override in the transparency and confidentiality provisions, because sometimes we have to recognize that the public interest overrides the right of certain suppliers to having certain information of theirs kept confidential. In conclusion, if you could go to the last slide, we maintain that the bill just does not respond to the realities of how a procurement system needs to operate in South Africa so that it is efficient, resilient to corruption, and can achieve service delivery and transformation. We really call on this committee to apply innovative approaches to the unique problems that we face and that have been identified by various entities, the Zondo Commission and other research entities. And we hope that that innovation will allow for greater transparency, more enhanced monitoring, and less confusion and deferral to the executive. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mama Bongane, and also trying by all means to present allocated 10 minutes. Thanks. Corruption Watch are here. Yeah. Over to you. 10 minutes allocated to you.
Thank you, Chair. So Ellen, our presentation is the one with 002 at the end. PPB 002. It's towards the bottom. Number 5 from the bottom. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Corruption Watch thanks the Standing Committee of Finance for the opportunity to make written oral submissions on this critical piece of legislation. Due to time constraints, not all issues addressed in our written submissions will be fully ventilated during this oral submission process. By way of introduction, Corruption Watch is an anti-corruption non-profit organisation whose primary objective is monitor and expose corruption, nepotism, and abuse of power in public funds. This is both the public and the private sector. As a Transparency International chapter, Corruption Watch places specific emphasis on the promotion of transparency and accountability. As Corruption Watch is involved in procurement through various channels of its work, it does so through its monitoring and advocacy roles, through its coalition work and its multi-stakeholder partnerships. It does so through litigation and through its digital tool, Procurement Watch. Since Corruption Watch's inception in 2012, over 40,000 individuals have approached Corruption Watch with reports of corruption, with a disproportionately high percentage of these reports pertaining to procurement corruption. Next slide. Let's talk about corruption in general and what this does to our country. The court in Glenister versus the President captured it well. And here I paraphrase. It said that corruption threatens to fell and our hard-won constitutional order. It undermines our democracy, the rule of law, and our constitution. Corruption fuels maladministration and public fraud, and it imperils the capacity of the state to fulfill its Bill of Rights obligations to people. The court then went on to say that when corruption and organised crime flourish, sustainable development and economic growth are stunted. This puts the stability and the security of society at risk. Public procurement and corruption have become, unfortunately, synonymous. And this link between procurement and corruption is of significant concern. Irregularities in the tendering process have become a common breeding ground for corruption in South Africa. The lack of transparency and competition in procurement processes has exacerbated this issue,
Weak oversight and enforcement mechanisms have allowed corrupt practices to persist and have led to a culture of complete impunity. The consequences are devastating for the economy, for society, for basic human rights, and for the people's trust in its government. In this context, do we really need a solid piece of legislation that governs public procurement? The answer is a resounding and unequivocal yes. The law governs public procurement. These have been heavily fragmented. And it is partly due to the fragmented nature of the procurement system that the corrupt nature of public procurement and state capture was allowed to take hold. Public procurement is too an important issue not to regulate appropriately, because it is the cornerstone of good governance. What should the purpose of this bill be? In the Constitutional Court's all pay case, the court stated that procurement is so palpably implicates socioeconomic rights that the public has an interest in its being conducted in a fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective manner. And although national procurement legislation of this nature should, by its purpose and design, have several objectives, the economic transformation of South Africa ought to be the foundation upon which this bill is crafted. Next slide, please, Alan. So the bill must have the economic transformation of South Africa as its driving purpose. But what does a bill of this nature need to achieve? It needs to achieve, amongst other things, open, accountable, and transparent procurement where corruption is prevented. It needs to affirm the goals of obtaining goods and services that provide best value for money and meet required quality and performance standards. Whilst promoting BEE within a specified point system, it needs to prevent fronting and still promote fairness and competition. It needs to ensure timelier procurement with minimal delays in admin. It needs to ensure simplicity and standardization in its forms, processes, laws, regulations, and policies. And it needs to ensure accessibility of information for the public. Unfortunately, in its current state, the bill does not adequately set out its objectives, nor does it definitively affirm what it wishes to achieve. Steps therefore need to be taken by our lawmakers to amend the purposes and objects of the Act. There are certain strengths in the bill, which Corruption Watch does wish to acknowledge. Firstly, CW supports the Minister's decision to table a piece of legislation which aims to consolidate what has historically been a heavily fragmented public procurement system. The second strength in the bill is Section 13, which sets out automatic exclusions of public office bearers, political leaders, and other listed individuals who may not submit bids. The third strength is the inclusion of preferential procurement clause. It is an improvement to consolidate preferential procurement into one general procurement clause. However, there is still fragmentation, and further integration, consolidation, and codification is absolutely required. The fourth strength lies in Section 31, which pertains to reconsideration by procuring institutions. Under the current regulatory framework, a losing bidder does not always have recourse to internal remedies. Section 31 now provides that a bidder may submit an application for reconsideration to the procuring institution if that bidder is not satisfied with a decision to award a bid by that institution. Lastly, the fifth strength of the bill is the reference to the technology-based procurement system, which is, of course, having e-procurement is, of course, a crucial component of modern supply chain and procurement management, if it is done right. However, it is recommended that the bill be revised to codify the key elements of the e-procurement system as opposed to leaving this for regulations. I hand over to my colleague to take you through the shortcomings of the bill.
Dumelang, and thank you very much for this opportunity to present. As CW, we're concerned about the Office of the Public Procurement Office being located within National Treasury and its positioning. We as CW feel that a separation would reduce conflicts of interest and misuse of funds, as the entities that are responsible for authorizing payments should not be the ones performing oversight. We suggest that the PPO should be funded directly by Parliament and not a government department. And we also note that it is important that there are adequate checks and balances, which would aid in the prevention of fraud, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I'm just going to run through everything in the interest of time. On the professionalization of procurement officers, we think that this is an important consideration that must be made by lawmakers. We believe as Corruption Watch that the Zondo Commission had recommended that the professionalization of a procurement officer is quite important. And so we are of the view that this should be included in this bill, as procurement officials require a high level and constant training that requires up-to-date knowledge of very complex frameworks, regulations, and instructions. And these professional officials are at the forefront of the fragmented system that we currently find ourselves in. It is important for us to note that participation by these officers will curb corruption. Just flying through everything. Sorry about this, everyone. In terms of the duties of the procuring institution, we as Corruption Watch, next slide, please. I think we're a few slides. Thank you. We as Corruption Watch call for clarity on this. In particular, we noted in Section 8 of the bill that then there is a reference to the duties of a procuring institution. It is unclear to us whose responsibility it is to develop an efficient procurement system based on the wording of this section, and we feel that this should be remedied. Furthermore, there needs to be clarity on what the implications of the decision is based on an error of law, fact, or fraud. Next slide, please. In terms of access to procurement processes, Section 26 of the bill provides that the PPO must determine by instruction measures for the public, CSOs, and media to access procurement processes and to scrutinize and monitor high-value procurement. We as CW caution against the reliance of PIA applications in particular by the PPO, which are time-consuming and cumbersome. We wish to reiterate our earlier point that Parliament and National Treasury, pardon me, I think we've run out of time. If I can just fly through our last two notes, that National Treasury and Parliament should not become gatekeepers of access to information on procurement. Last but not least, in terms of dispute resolution, we as CW support the inclusion of a tribunal in the bill. However, we are of the opinion that the section requires further input and consideration for transparency and accountability purposes. We as CW, for example, noted that there is no minimum 4 members of the tribunal, and we've actually recommended that there be a minimum of 10 members on the tribunal. We as CW also believe that the tribunal is a right step forward because it provides for separate oversight in the decision-making. In terms of quorums, we also noted that there is no quorum provided for in the tribunal, and we think that this is a missed opportunity. And then lastly, in terms of the regulation, Chair, may I please have 1 minute if possible, just to conclude? No. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I thought you said no. Thank you very much. Last but not least, in terms of the regulations, as CW, we wish to strongly caution against a bulk of the bill being left to regulations. It is the duty of the lawmakers here to ensure that crucial parts of the bill are captured in primary legislation for a wide variety of reasons. Furthermore, we note that National Treasury and Parliament must ensure that the public participation processes for these regulations must be meaningful and inclusive of varying contributions with sufficient timeframes. We also note as a concern that there are insufficient provisions included on deviations and expansions. So we wish to thank you for your time, but we wish to caution against everything being left to the regulations. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks very much, Corruption Watch. Budget Justice Coalition, are they here for the individual platform? You are also Budget Coalition. You have presented now what Corruption Watch, now you come as something else. Hey. Yeah, hey.
Of a cheaper system.
Hey, yeah, I know. You have found a way of dribbling the system. Eh?
Women can multitask, Chair.
Yeah, hey. With the women, I play very safe because my whip is a woman, so I treat very carefully. Even my comments, I calculate. Otherwise, I will be whipped very seriously. So, thanks very much. You have 10 minutes. Budget Justice Coalition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to note that this is a joint submission from the Budget Justice Coalition and Imali Yetu. Just to give a bit of background, the Budget Justice Coalition consists of more than 21 civic organizations that aim to collaboratively build people's understanding and participation in South Africa's planning and budgetary processes. There are various organizations that make up the Budget Justice Coalition, but I will not go into detail around our member organizations. Imali Yetu is a coalition of civil society organizations working together with National Treasury to make budget information more accessible, user-friendly, and empowering. The coalition, the Imali Yetu coalition, is representative of a unique group of civic actors. Our secretariat is currently comprised of different organizations, including PSAM, MobiSAM, Section 27, Legal Resources Center, Corruption Watch, Equal Education, and others. Next slide, please. In 2020, BJC and Imali Yetu had made International Treasury draft procurement bill highlighting how corruption in procurement undermined the realization of socioeconomic rights. This submission in particular demonstrated how the draft bill then failed to address weaknesses in the procurement system using the Giyani Water Project and red flags that we had identified throughout the procurement processes from planning to implementation. We note that no substantial changes were made based on the BJC's recommendations on the draft bill. This current submission to the Finance Committee reiterates our commitment to the establishment of a comprehensive framework governing public procurement in South Africa. It is with a firm commitment to the principles of transparency, accountability, and the efficient allocation of public resources that we make this submission as Imali Yetu and the Budget Justice Coalition. Next slide, please. In terms of the background and history, Budget Justice Coalition and Imali Yetu support the creation of a single framework for public procurement. However, we raise very specific concerns regarding the transparency and accountability mechanisms that have been provided for in the bill. We advocate for careful consideration of potential revisions to ensure that the bill effectively mitigates the risks associated with the currently fragmented and weak regulatory framework. I will fly through the key highlights from our submission and jump into our main areas of concerns. Next slide, please, Ellen. We have noted as the BJC and Imali Yetu that there are missing definitions within the bill that we think should be included. Two of those missing definitions are conflict of interest and undue influence. We propose the following definitions which Parliament should fit into the procurement context. One, conflict of interest, meaning an instance where a person has some interest that could materially interfere with their duty to act impartially in decision-making processes. Two, undue influence, meaning an instance where a person takes advantage of a position of power over another person to influence their decision-making. Next slide, please. One of our key issues that we've identified is the independence of the PPO. So the bill in its current form grants the PPO extensive powers and functions, and it effectively acts as the guardian of the public procurement process nationally. However, we note with concern that it is housed within National Treasury. This raises concerns about independence and impartiality, and whether it will be able to fulfill its duties, powers, and functions without fear, favor, and prejudice. I will repeat this: without fear, favor, or prejudice. The bill proposes no other independent institution that will exercise oversight over procuring entities and hold them accountable for irregular processes. This is in direct contradiction to the recommendations made in the Commission report. The bill must offer an independent regulatory oversight and accountability institution as part of its institutional arrangements. Next slide, please. In terms of our recommendations around transparency regarded as one of the most powerful instruments for combating corruption and enhancing accountability in public procurement. The challenges that we have identified are that currently it's very difficult to acquire even basic procurement information that enables procurement monitoring by the public. The procurement bill must address this by ensuring adequate and easy access to information and open data, along with active and timely responses for requests to information. Next slide, please. In terms of debarment orders, Section 16 relates to debarment orders is a welcome provision. However, we note the following concerns. In terms of Section 1611, the PPO may reduce or revoke the period of debarment if it is made in error of fact, law, or fraud. It is recommended by BJC and Imaliatu that detailed reasons for debarment should be provided to suppliers, and that these reasons must be made publicly available for transparency and accountability purposes. Furthermore, we note with concern that there must be the establishment and maintenance of a publicly available debarment register as an effective step towards transparency. Next slide, please. I'm just going to fly through in the interest of time. In terms of the disclosure of interests, Section 11.4 provides that a disclosure of interest must be made in terms of subsection 3 that must be recorded in meetings, in the minutes of the meeting. We suggest a rewrite of this particular provision to state that a disclosure of interest made in terms of subsection and made available in accordance with provisions in Part 3 of this Act. Next slide, please. Protection of information clause. This is a very big concern for us as Imaliatu and BJC. Whilst we appreciate that there is an existing legislation relating to the protection of information, we are concerned in particular about Section 30 that stipulates that no person may disclose confidential information held or obtained by the PPO or Provincial Treasury. We argue that there must be a balance created between the need for the protection of information versus the need for ensuring that there's an effective and efficient use of public funds. We must be careful to ensure that this provision in particular will not have a harmful and potentially punitive effect on whistleblowers. And that's something that Corruption Watch and others have stated as well, that we need to have incentivized whistleblowing. BJC and Imaliatu therefore call for a limitation of instances where information is deemed as confidential within the confines of this bill, while noting the balancing act that we've asked for above. Next slide, please. In terms of the establishment of the Public Procurement Tribunal, we note that this section in particular relates to the composition of the tribunal, appointments and terminations of members of the tribunal. Again, we stipulate as BJC and Imaliatu that we need to have a minimum number of tribunal members stipulated in the bill itself, and that this should not be left to regulations in particular. And again, we've also stated that we need a requirement of a minimum of 10 members of the tribunal with a listed expertise to be included. The appointment of tribunal members by the minister only is not conducive for accountability and transparency purposes. We recommend that an appointment committee or panel of some sort is established that would be inclusive of the minister for the purpose of recruiting, shortlisting, and interviewing prospective tribunal members. This will ensure that power is not centralized in the minister. And this is a key area of concern for us around anti-corruption and state capture. And then lastly, just noting again that we recommend that interested persons must be able to either apply or be nominated for a position on the tribunal. And we note that shortlisting processes must be referred to in the bill and not left to regulations. It is unclear to us, and this is a big concern, how members of the tribunal will be vetted, particularly noting the various delays that we have seen with vetting by state security. And this is something that must be dealt with. And we wish to reiterate quite strongly that members of the tribunal must be impartial and beyond reproach. Many slides. Okay. The nomination process must be conducted publicly, and where possible, members of the public must be able to meaningfully participate and be privy to recruitment processes. For example, as found in Chapter 9 appointment processes or JSC processes. A shortlisting process must also be included for clarity purposes. And just to fly through again, members of the tribunal must disclose any interest that they have at any stage of the proceedings. We believe that this is a positive inclusion. However, there's no clarity in the current version of the bill on who the disclosure will be made to and how it will be communicated to the public. I'm on my second last slide, and then I think my time is up. So what do we recommend in terms of accountability? BJC and Imali recommend that members of the public be able to provide information relating to the failure of disclosure by a member of the tribunal. This will enhance oversight and anti-corruption. We caution the tribunal members in particular who are political appointees, as indirectly implied by the bill, may be subjected to a high turnover as observed in SOEs. It's quite important for us to not make the same mistakes. As part of our closing remarks, we say that transparency, accountability, and integrity must serve as the cornerstones of any public procurement framework. These principles are not optional to us as Imali and BJC. In fact, these are the bedrock upon which we trust that government actions must be built. To uphold the principles of transparency, we must ensure that procurement processes are open to scrutiny and that information is readily accessible to the public.
Accountability requires that decision makers are answerable for their actions.
I will say it again in closing. Accountability requires that decision makers are answerable for their actions and that the mechanisms are in place to rectify any deviations from established norms and best practice. Finally, integrity is a non-negotiable, as it ensures that procurement is free from corruption and undue influence. With that, we wish to thank you for the time and thank you for allowing us to make this presentation as both the Budget Justice Coalition and Imali Yetu. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Now we get into the item where honorable members are engaging presentations. Honorable members, there we are. Questions for clarity, comments. Dr. George, Honorable Mavila Etzam, Honorable Manu, Honorable Kasano, Honorable Abram. Dr. George.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Thanks everybody for your presentations. It is a complex bill, very important bill, and I can see that a lot of work has gone into it. I just want to ask two questions really. For Kasatu, you mentioned whistleblowing, and yes, that's very, very important given the amount of corruption and theft we've seen with public finances. Are you going to make any specific proposal regarding the package of possible incentives for whistleblowers? And then to the IRR, yes, absolutely. We have starvation in South Africa, and South Africa is actually a rich country, but we have starvation because a lot of bad choices have been made and billions has been stolen from the people. And that is why we have not got enough food on everybody's table. So we have systemic corruption in South Africa. Also, you mentioned the grant, the 350 Rand grant that stands in the way of people starving, although it's very small and could be bigger if there was more money to go around, if so much wasn't stolen. Now, there is no provision for that in the budget after April next year, so it's a very, very dire situation. You mentioned value for money. Obviously, that came up yesterday also. It's fundamentally important because people can't spend money and not get what they should be getting. That is just nonsensical. Are you proposing that value for money should be the overarching criterion, or are you saying that there should be an element of the state in some way using its muscle, financial muscle in procurement to in some way, what would you call it, intervene in society to attract or to assist various groups to have preference in that regard? Do you think that they are mutually exclusive? Also, very clearly, this bill uses race as a proxy for need rather than need as a proxy for need. So that is very problematic, and that's something that obviously minds would have to be applied to. So those are my two questions. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Dr. George. Honorable Mabilet.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. We listened to all the presentation today, and I can repeat that really they are inspiring and very educative. And I think we all agree that the bill must be processed with speed. And I hear today that local manufacturing must be treated as a pre-qualification. And it's true, because this will encourage innovation, job creation, and transformation in our country. Because if things are being manufactured here, we know that, a lot of people will be absorbed, and, job will be created. And Kosato, yes, you mentioned whistleblowers, and it shows that you are worried about your workers. Indeed, you are saying there should be the regulation for protection and promotion of whistleblowers. They really need to be protected. You reminded me as a movie, in the movies, you'll see them, they'll be taking them to another house there until everything is done. And International Women's Forum, yes, you were indeed ready. Women, you said women must be a certainty, not an option. And on that score, I must say, a certainty must also present a Black woman in particular. We always say that, Black women in particular, because most of the Black women, they just do catering. They just do, what is it? It's only catering, it's deco. I think really they must move. We must see them moving to another level as Black women. And also we shouldn't see that other level, it's fronting. There is a Black woman here, and behind the Black women is other people that we don't even know. So we must also watch, the bill must also watch about that fronting. I didn't hear anyone talking about fronting here ever since even yesterday until now. But when you talk about procurement, when you talk about tenders, that fronting is there. So we shouldn't put it under the carpet. We want to hear you talking about it. And well, I think that's all for now from me. Chair?
Okay, thanks, Honorable Mabilet. Honorable Mani.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just first of all make broad commentary on the presentations in general, and then I'll go to the specifics. I just want to remind the presenters that South Africa is a constitutional democracy, and we have a constitution And our constitution is very clear, unambiguous, and resolute about the issue of redress. The constitution of this country on the Equality Clause, Section 9, subsection 5, is very clear, unambiguous, and resolute on the issue of racial discrimination that must be fair. I just found the presentations in general very lacking in being resolute about the racial redress, as if we have forgotten that we've had colonialism and apartheid in this country, which were race-based oppression systems. But I find these presentations very general when it comes to that. So that's my disappointment across the board. I didn't find anything that seeks to achieve the constitutional imperative of a racial redress. So then I go one by one, very briefly. On COSATU, I support the issue about pre-qualification being an issue that must be an issue for localization. But I would go further to say, I think you should maybe upgrade your concern to make it more into law rather than regulation, because otherwise we fall into the same problem of the 2017 regulations, where the minister started doing all kinds of pre-qualification, and it was told that, but it's not provided for in the law. So you'll repeat the same mistake if we do this. So I think let's keep it in the law so that it's much more solid. And then you also have the issue, you have an issue with the issue of the word when. But I was going to point you into the Constitution itself, Section 217. It starts with the word when. So I suspect that we learned from the Constitution. So if you want to change it, someone's going to go to court and say, but this is not supported by the Constitution. So you create other problems. So I just thought I must just mention that. And then I move quickly to Nehau. And Nehau listed a whole list of unauthorized expenditure and everything. I think it was a very good list, but I think they left out also some of the crucial things in that list. And I think it's important that if you are going to be exhaustive, then be exhaustive. Otherwise, you are seen as cherry picking and leaving out some of the departments that have messed up because maybe you are associated with them. It creates that impression. For instance, we've got IFMS here that has been red-carded by no less than Auditor General for serious billions that have gone unaccounted for. And as we speak now, the SIU is giving the report. That's why I was 2 minutes late here. I was in that committee. The SIU is giving a report on those billions of IFMS unauthorized expenditure, not unauthorized, irregular expenditure, as it were. So be exhaustive if you want to be exhaustive. Otherwise, just be general and treat everybody equally. And then you also raise an issue of clause 22. You say DG versus PPO. You're not sure who is who and all of that. Just wanted to point out to you that Section 38 of the PFMA is very clear on this question. The accounting officer, the DG, is the head of the department. So everybody else works on delegated authority. Otherwise, we'll have two bulls in a crawl. It's not going to happen. Unless when the PPO is put there is given the same status as a DG. Otherwise, if it's still a member of the department, then the accounting officer must always be hence the word accounting officer. Everybody else works on delegated authority of that position. I just thought I must just mention that. But otherwise, perhaps, Chair, apologies, I forgot to welcome all these presentations. Otherwise, I welcome all the presentations that I've made. I think there's been good work, good quality, good thinking that went into them. And then the International Women, sorry, I don't have their name, Irene's outfit. I'm happy with everything. I even support your 50% and all that. But I was worried again that you have no deliberate and resolute position on Black women, Africans in particular. You know, Chairperson, when we did Employment Equity Act, we were very conscious about the issue of women. We said women and all of that. But when the results came, the only women that really benefited are white women and Indian women. So we don't want to repeat the same mistake. We just say women, women, women. And then at the end of the day, particularly African and colored women are always on the receiving end of things. So let's be resolute. The Constitution allows this to be done. The Constitution uses the word that most people don't want to use, the word of equitable and all of that. And therefore, we must understand that word in its proper context. So I would, if Ms. Chandi's organization does not do this, I don't know who's going to do it. So we rely on you to make sure that there's focus there. IRR, I share your disappointment in terms of increased corruption. We're all hoping that the new dawn was going to bring cleanliness and everything, but instead it was a new nightmare that we had. So indeed, I share your sentiments about that. But there are a couple other things I don't share with you. One, I think it is important for you when you look at your celebrated summary by Zondo to think about what you and Zondo have left out in your summary of section 2171. Two keywords. You mentioned everything about transparency, efficiency, cost effectiveness, and all of that. But two keywords that you and Zondo have left out is fair and equitable. And this is the issue here, because fair and equitable brings into bear the issue of redress, that you can't, equal treatment of unequal people is unequal. So the Constitution has got this concept of equitability, which everybody seems to have a problem with. So I want to bring it straight to attention that that is an important consideration, even in subsection 1 of 217. And I also want to bring it to attention that in that same section 217, subsection 3 is a directive that this framework must be done. And this directive is very clear that it must seek to achieve the objectives of section 2172, which talks to two key issues. One, protection. Two, advancements of people that are disadvantaged. So this section in the Constitution is very clear about what needs to happen. And this whole notion that seems to be resonating amongst people that are against transformation, and they hide in all kinds of flowery language about effectiveness, value for money, and all of this. Just want to say to you, you are actually speaking against the Constitution. And I want to say to you that the reason we are here, actually, it is the 80-20, 80-10 principle of the PFA. What we are doing here today, when we do this procurement bill, we want to first, if you forget everything else, remember one thing: we are here to repeal PFA. The rest are all, associated changes that go with it. But the key thing here is that when all is said and done, there will be no PFA in South Africa. And the key feature of PFA is 80-20, 90-10. And contrary to your contention that there would have been, if we were to look at when this law was enacted from 2000, that you think that there would be a quantifiable misuse of government money because of PFA. To the contrary, what you will find that in that period, there's a quantifiable marginalization of Black business. That's what has happened in that period. And the reason is because 80% of the points or 90% of the points are given to the lowest price. So That's what has been happening. Now, the lowest price has been driven by a few things, which are as a result of advantages by apartheid and colonialism. This is what has given white monopoly capital business advantage to have lower price, because then they've got economies of scale, therefore their unit costs are down. Then they'll have cost of funds that are lower than everybody else. They pay prime -5. Everybody else pays prime +5. You know, so this 90-10, 80-20 that I think is in your heart, I can understand it, but we're here to change it. That's the whole thing. And therefore, value for money has got to be seen not only in rand and cents terms, but on transformation terms as well. I think it's important that all of us must understand this. Otherwise, we are here to just play around, as it were. So I will leave that at that point in the interest of time. And then NSI spoke about that trumping clause. In principle, I agree with the removal of trumping clause, but I think if on your response, can you just be much more clear as to what is your motivation? My motivation for a trumping clause, for instance, is the fact that there could very well be progressive elements in other legislation like broad-based BEE sector codes. So you wouldn't want a trumping clause that would trump something that is much more progressive. But I just want to hear exactly what is yours about innovation and all. I don't know what you are saying there, but I'm not opposed to that. Amapungan is I welcome a presentation once again, and you say something about transparency. I just wanted to know from Amapungan whether the same rigor that they are espousing here today for transparency, would they come here on record and also say that they would want the same rigor on them as Amapungan, and also disclose their sources and all in the spirit of transparency? You know, I just want to understand that, you know, it's very easy to say you must do this, but can you? So I just want to get a sense of will they do that? And also, there's a point they make, Amapungane, about innovation, but they don't give specific. Can you just give an example? It's, you mustn't throw words around, must be innovative, must be innovative. What do you mean? Can you just give some direction of sorts to us, closer, Chair? Corruption Watch. I'm not so sure, you know, I would have expected Corruption Watch to be a boffin when it comes to issues of governance. If you want a procurement officer to be somehow, shape or form managed by Parliament, how's it going to be? There's something called separation of powers. I'm not so sure how you want to navigate that space. So maybe you can talk more about it and clarify it, but I just saw a crossing of lines there. But I accept your principle and your, what to call it, the intention. I can see what you want to go to, but I'm not so sure if what you're proposing is not going to cross the lines. And then there was something about no clarity on who is responsible for efficient, proactive systems and all of that. Just want to say to you that Section 38, again, you must read that section in the PFMA. It's very clear. Those are all responsibilities of a DG. Procurement function is a responsibility of a DG, which you can delegate to a particular official, but it's all accounting officer's job. And then the issue of Corruption Watch, again, sending a strong caution about things not to be deferred to regulations. I support that notion fully, because also it's important for all of us to remember that what is in the regulations, if it's not anchored in the law, it becomes challengeable in court, like we've seen with the 27 regs. So it's a risk to defer things to regulations. So I support that that caution. I think most of these things should find expression in the law itself, not in the regulations. And the BJC I took your presentation to be not specific on issues, so I haven't got anything specific to say about you, but I think we were talking in broad terms and all of that. We note and we welcome the input. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Maya. Honorable Skosa.
Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo ohloniphekile, and greetings to all honorable members and to all stakeholders present. Yeah, no, Honorable Chair, I'm joining other colleagues in welcoming the presentations from various stakeholders. Indeed, I think they've raised quite a number of issues, issues that are quite important. Starting with COSATU, I'm also not convinced on the issue of when, because when I'm reading here, when I'm reading this sentence in clause S17 subsection 1, it says when procuring institutions, okay, let me rephrase it. When procuring, institutions must develop and implement. When, but it's also must. When procuring, institutions must develop and implement a procurement policy. So I'm not convinced that this one makes it discretionary, because there's when, but there's must. So maybe you can try to elaborate and convince me that this one is problematic. It makes it sound like it is discretionary. Secondly, on the issue of whistleblowers, I really understand where you talk about the issue of encouraging people to be whistleblowers. I think that is quite important. And the issue of protection of whistleblowers, I think is quite important. But however, on the issue of incentivizing them, I don't know, maybe you can just tell us what you have in mind about the issue of intensifying them, especially if we have to put it in the bill. How will that be captured in the issue of intensifying the whistleblowers? Now coming to Nihau, I don't know if there's still anybody from Nihau because the presenter is no longer here. I hope that somebody will respond. On the issue of the DG being the head of the Public Procurement Office, I'm aligning myself with Honorable Mani. The DG is the accounting officer. Well, I hear that in how they are saying there will be more responsibility, more new responsibilities and duties that would require institutional capacity and stuff like that. However, they are not giving us an alternative, or they are not putting their view clear to say what is their view. Then do they think that we should have somebody else who will head the Public Procurement Office? I would wish to hear what is their view on that. But in terms of the law, the DG is the accounting officer, and therefore he or she remains overall responsible or accountable for matters like this. Another thing, they also raise the issue of the lack of inclusion of qualifications of individuals who will be working in the PPO. And then they make a comparison to say, with regards to the tribunal, qualifications are stated to say which qualifications are needed for people who will be serving in the tribunal. I don't know if it's a fair comparison to compare people who will be working in the PPO and the people who will be serving in the tribunal, because my view is that a tribunal will be sort of an independent institution that will be dealing with disputes that relate to matters of procurement. Whereas officials working in the PPO, they will be ordinary officials of government, which will be employed following the requisite requirements with the necessary qualification and all that. So I don't know if is it really necessary to include those qualifications in the bill for officials of government that will be working in the PPO, because I find the issue of comparing the two being unfair on my part. Now, coming to the International Women's Forum, I see that you are advocating for both internal and external dispute resolution processes. I think the point that you are emphasizing is that though there will be this external mechanism of resolving dispute, which will be a tribunal, but you are also advocating for an internal dispute resolution mechanism. But I'm just wondering if is that not going to delay the process of resolving disputes? Because I think on another point, you are also saying that time frames within which tribunals must adjudicate procurement complaints must not impact on the complainant's rights and legal time frames to approach the courts for relief. So I'm just thinking that if you also have an internal dispute resolution processes, you start from the internal, after the internal you go to the external, which will be the tribunal. It's only after then that you can go to court. Is that not going to then delay the processes and then impact on the legal rights of the complainant? If we've got a number of structures that deals with disputes in this particular regard. Coming to the Institute for Race Relations, yeah, I hear that you are raising two important points: the issue of value for money, and also the issue of transformation. And you are saying that we should not. We are saying that in your view, the bill seems to be more focused on transformation than on the issue of value for money. Now, I think with our background, I think we all know our history, where we come from. The issue of value for money is very important. I think, like you have indicated, it's very important that we should get value for money. However, we cannot run away from the fact that we need to transform our society. We need transformation, and transformation cannot happen automatically. There should be laws in place that advocate for transformation. There should be systems in place. So if we say, yes, transformation is important, but let's focus on value for money, which is, of course, is important. But if you don't put laws in place, if you don't put regulations in place that speaks to the issue of transformation, we won't be able to transform the state and won't be able to transform our society. You see, there should be deliberate actions for us to achieve that. There should be deliberate actions and concerted efforts, because it won't happen automatically. You see? So as much as we have to focus on getting value for money, but at the same time, we must also deal with the issue of transformation. And we can only deal with transformation by introducing laws that are going to make sure that at the end of the day, we get transformation. So what I would like to hear from you is to say, if we don't make this emphasis of transformation, coming up with these kinds of bills that in a way we're trying to make sure that we advance the program of transformation. How do you think Or what is it that we can use then as a mechanism to transform the state and transform our society if we're not using the law to do that? To the Corruption Watch, yeah, I think they are recommending there that the Public Procurement Office should be funded by Parliament. I don't know how is that going to happen, because in terms of the separation of powers amongst the organs of state, this is a pure function of the executive, because we've got three organs of state or arms of the state, which is Parliament as the legislative arm, then you've got the executive, and then you've got the judiciary. So if Parliament is going to fund the Public Procurement Office, I don't know how will that happen, because in my view, that is a pure function of the executive. Because as Parliament, our role is to play oversight. So I would like to get more clarity on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Skosa. Honorable Abraham.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everybody in the House and on the virtual platform. Let me add my voice also to appreciate the presentations as made. Chair, on COSATU, I'm now left with just one comment following the intervention of other honorable members. There are two broad statements that I got. The public procurement laws are to be appropriate. And the second one is compliance with minimal wages. Though one understands the last one coming from COSATU, but one would have loved those two to be unpacked in terms of what is it that we have seen in the bill that doesn't cover those two broad principles. And in terms of the Nihao presentation, there's one thing that came across in Nihao, come across from other presenters of the private sector, and I think I don't want to assume, but I think they also want the private sector to be added on the legislation. When it comes to IWF, I wish to appreciate the trust, the gender equality trust, and the call for legislation to enable the 50%. I agree with this. There's a point that you raised on the issue of the urgency of action by the tribunal in terms of time frames. I think for me that's acceptable, but how are you going to differentiate between matters that are urgent and matters that are not in terms of action? And when it comes to the race relations, Chair, it was interesting to note that the name of the presenter is Gabriel, and the look on the outside is like the Jesus picture we have on our laws. It's really interesting. But that's on a lighter note, Chair. I think there were very substantive points that were raised there, but the same question that my colleague here, Skosana, has on the value for money and transformation, I don't see why they should not be seen to go together. But if he still feels strongly about it, he can come back on it. NRF mentioned the donor funding exemption, and I had a question mark there. I needed some more detail on that. I'm looking at Amabungane, and there's a lot of criticism on how the bill is coming across, not practical, not stable, not effective, not that, and not that. I think we should not question, because that's what the bill says. The bill seeks to deal with transformation. And for me, we should suggest that together with transformation, there should also be effectiveness. I don't think we should assume that because it's transformative, it's not going to be effective. I don't know whether that came across as the point that you raised. I'm not sure if I got you right there. And then with Corruption Watch, I think I agree with my honorable member Mani over there and Kosana, I think, on taking the task of the PPO to Parliament, because this would really impact on the effectiveness of oversight. And I think the principle you raise is okay, but Parliament is not the best place. And I think government departments have to toe the line, because the duty that they have is implementation. And because they have that duty, they also have a responsibility to do it correctly to the latter. And therefore, for me, the action that should come from the department is the kind of action that will assure the public that we can trust them. So going forward, we need to have that relationship with them. Lastly, on the Budget Justice Coalition and Imali Yetu, I see they also come back. I'm sure it's the person presenting for the former is the same person presenting for the latter. And therefore, this point comes back again on the PPO independence, which is acceptable, but we need to think properly around it. How best can it be implemented? The issue of protection of information versus transparency, it's a bit, there's a thin line really between, because protection of information can prevent transparency from happening. However, I think this once more is the kind of principle that should move together, that while information, particular information has to be protected, but that should not compromise transformation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Abraham. I'll give each stakeholder 1.5 minutes to respond, because we don't have much time. So you'll have to call up in your response. Kosato, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to be very, very quick then. Comrade Matthew will take some. There was a question, it sounded like from Honorable Abraham, about the framework. What is our problem with the framework? In section 17, or the lack of a framework, the Constitution obliges the bill to set a framework. At this point, there's something like 20 areas of preference in section 17. There's about 700 public institutions. They can pick and choose those preferences as they want. If they combine them together, they can have up to 1 million versions of policies. Here in my hand, I've just got a couple of policies I printed out yesterday, and there are dozens of different policies. If you don't have a single framework for monitoring the state or having order in public procurement, you're going to have a system that's unmonitorable. It's also a constitutional requirement. So that's the proposal, is that at this point, there's a deficiency with setting a framework. On the local manufacturing issue, it appears the committee agrees with the pre-qualification proposal. That's fantastic. On the question of when, two honorable members say that when doesn't look like a problem, and actually you may well be right. The problem with the tender environment is everyone is clapping each other to get tenders. And because it's a loose term, we think it's going to lead to court cases and litigation, and we're already hearing
we think it's going to lead to court cases and litigation.
They think that there's litigation opportunity. So that's the proposal.
So that's the proposal is to stop the fight that happens later. So we
on the whistleblowing incentive, it's great to see the honorable members are interested in it. I've got an example, Chair, that includes you, so you'll give us a little bit more time. Let's say Comrade Matthew has stolen 100 million rand. Worth of in tender fraud in public procurement. And the chair comes up and the chair says, no, I can be a whistleblower. I've got evidence. And not because I heard someone, but I've got real material evidence that there was corruption here and fraud in public procurement. The proposal we're making is that the chair is given the ability to proceed with action. And that would either be approaching the state as the first instance to say, state, will you take up a case? And if the state doesn't want to, then a private prosecution or private case in a civil case. Let's say then the chair's brought really fantastic evidence and Comrade Matthew is found guilty. The chair wins, the money is recovered. Once the money is recovered, that 100 million comes back to the state. So the money is recovered in the state, but the chair for his efforts gets a percentage of the money of the recoveries. So you can set it at 5%, 10%. Some countries set it up to 30%. What it means if you do that, Chair, honorable members, is you encourage people whose lives are at risk at the moment to step forward. You also, so you help good people do good things, and you take bad people and you break the corrupt networks that they have, because someone says, I can make more money being good. There's lots of other things. We've got a proposal we actually wrote and developed at NEDLAC. We've also got text, and we can provide that in a follow-up to the committee if necessary. I'm going to stop there and hand over to the 100 million next to me.
I can be very quick, Honorable Chair, given the time constraints. Look, I think on the issue of transformation, the constitutional mandate, etc., I think as COSATU unambiguously clear, we support it. We think it'd be national suicide not to unashamedly support preferential procurement, which is targeting the broad definition of Black empowerment, but also local content. We don't think we can afford not to say that the state procurement budget, which is about 1 trillion rand a year, should be used to help develop Black economic empowerment, young people with disabilities, women, etc. And of course, we think that's part of the same coin as local content, because we don't support the issue of fronting, which often is abused wrongly for BE. Chair, that's critical to our economic growth. We can't be content that 29 years down the road we're the most unequal nation in the world, or that, for example, to take the latest employment equity report, 62% of senior positions in companies are held by white persons. That's surely a red light that we need to be much more aggressive. Chair, I think we support Honorable Manyi 100% on, we don't want to have things in regulations, we want to strengthen it. It must be in the Act to avoid the Concord decision which said the Act didn't give you a mandate, and to make it tight as possible, because politicians come and go. People can abuse. Regulations are very easy to repeal. It's a quiet thing in a dark room, etc. On the labor laws, so the Employment Equity Amendment Act, which came into effect on the 1st of September, it already gives a foot in the door. It says if you receive a state tender, you must have a compliance certificate from Department of Labor that you're compliant with the Employment Equity Act and the Minimum Wage Act. So that's a useful precursor. We think we could even say down the road, all the labor laws. Why should we not reward companies for good behavior and also disincentivize those companies who break the laws? And the last two things, no, look, we think that Parliament, we know Parliament's under huge pressure. We're getting to the final stretch of this administration. We're keen to get the bill passed. It'd be a shame if it's not passed. We can't afford that for obvious reasons. We think the processing has been fair. We know it's tight. It's always the case. But it's sufficient enough for us to discuss it. We can't over delay and at risk losing this progressive bill. And I think lastly, Chair, the comrade from Nahau apologized profusely. His geyser does flat burst, so his flat is underwater. So I think you'll do a written supplementary submission to respond to the quite a few questions directed towards Nahau. But I think maybe just the point I think he was trying to make it on the chief procurement officer. I think it was simply just saying, because we hear members' points, make sure it's sufficiently enhanced, sufficiently empowered, that it can't be influenced by a politician to turn a blind eye, etc. That the CPO really has the kind of autonomy, authority to intervene, because it's going to have it's going to need to step on toes. It's going to need to be able to go into a provincial government, a municipality, and SOE to say what you're doing here is corruption. We're suspending it, we're intervening and taking it to account. That's partly why we support the provisions, but I think he was just making the point of making sure it's sufficiently empowered, protected, enhanced, etc. But yeah, thanks, Chair, and apologies for going over the minute. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, and we're sorry about the incident at Berry's flat. Let's proceed to invite National Research Foundation. Can you respond to the questions that have been asked? NRF on the virtual platform.
She's been kicked out, so she's rejoining.
Oh, the system kicked her out.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I'm responding to two questions.
She's back.
Can you hear me?
Are you there?
Yes, we are here, Chair. Can you hear me? I'm using Sean Scott's email. My laptop just died on me. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. The first question from Honorable Mani, I just wanted to bring his attention to our slide presentation, number 15 on trumping innovation clause. I think the response is there. You can also cross-reference to 14 and 15, and also the comment that the Honorable Mani made about us not being deliberate about transformation. I think, Honorable Mani, when you are going to receive our comprehensive inputs as the NRF on the bill, you'll see that we are deliberate about transformation. And another example that can show that we as the NRF, we are one of the few public entities, Honorable Mani, that are currently on a level 2 BBB contributor. We moved from level 4 in a period of a year. We are now on level 2. And regarding the question on donor funding, I think if you look at, Honorable Member, if you look at slide number 16 and 17, in terms of the problem statement and the recommendation. The bill is currently making it mandatory that all donor funding must the process of saying that only if it's above the percent, but
Okay, NRF, can you set your responses 10 form? It's like you have got a serious problem of connectivity. Let's proceed to Amabunga.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be as brief as possible. Just to respond to Honourable Mani about transparency. Yes, of course, we are fully committed to transparency, and we hold ourselves to the same standards as we would hold any public entity. Any donations that we receive over 10,000 Rand are listed on our website, and it's accessible for anyone who wants to see that. I understand.
Amabunga,
Yes?
put on hold. There's a challenge with the sound this side. I will come back to you in a few minutes. Let me allow those who are here physically to respond while we are fixing the sound system. Not here. Corruption Watch. Over to you. Budget Justice Coalition. Outside. Gabriel. The madam said you look like Jesus. Can you come with a divine presentation and
I'm afraid I cannot do that.
over to you, international relations.
Thank you. I'm sure he was a much darker man than me. I will race through. Thank you very much for the questions and comments. We appreciate the direct engagement. Let me dash. MPM Mani raised the law in its letter, and I appreciate that. 217(1) of procurement, which governs this bill, does include the words fair and equitable, as well as the others which add up to value for money, as we've said. They all do, in our opinion. On equitable, how should you read equitable? We read it non-racially. Those who read equitability to mean racially, in other words, you take 80% black, 10% white, or whatever the demographic numbers are, they have directly cut black people in this country. Look at the Constitutional Court case 2018 of Correctional Services, where it was exposed the government was directly saying for many posts, no black men may apply for this job, they will not be appointed. No black woman may apply for this job, they will not be appointed. Look at the case of Advocate Nkumisa Mayosi, who was refused elevation at the Cape Bar explicitly because she was a black woman, and they said it would be unequitable to promote a black woman. To me, that is a disgrace, and that is not equitability. We have a non-racial idea of equitability on which no one would ever be discriminated against on the basis of race. So that's how I answer that. The founding provision of the Constitution. Number two, fairness, which is in 217(1). Fairness goes back to the Equality Clause, Section 95, which MPA Mani directly quoted or referenced. Let me quote it for you. This is the Constitution. Discrimination on one or more of the listed grounds, including race, is unfair unless it is established that the discrimination is fair. So the onus is to prove that it's fair. Our submission is that this bill, like the Triple PFA, in terms of its racial preferencing, is taking money from poor black people and giving it to rich white people, and rich Indian people, and rich colored people, and rich black people. It's turning millionaires into centi-millionaires, and centi-millionaires into billionaires. And who's paying? The poorest of the poor, who are disproportionately black in this country because of apartheid. We submit that is unfair, and that the onus is on this House to show that it is fair. Take money from poor black people to give to rich people of all races through a preference. Transformation cannot happen. The member submitted. Deliberate actions are needed. As of 2015, independent research showed that black dollar millionaires in this country were overtaking white dollar millionaires. Stats SA shows that the black top 10% out-earns, as of that time, the white top 10% by a factor of 3 in absolute terms, and the black bottom 40% by a factor of 8. The black bottom 40% didn't move since 2007 or the data before. That is the primary concern here. The money is going from the poor to the rich. Action is needed. That means service delivery at maximum value for money. It means ending load shedding. It means improving our education system. It means looking at poverty. This comes to the question, do we need redress for apartheid? Absolutely. At this stage in our history, the most important way to do that is to protect poor people. When we have bad service delivery, when we have corruption, the rich can afford generators. Here sitting in this house, it's load shedding right now. But we have lights because of a generator, because we are in a upper crust, upper echelon. The poorest of the poor, who are disproportionately black, cannot afford such generators, cannot afford private schools when the public schools are not working, cannot afford private hospitals when the public hospitals are not working. All of procurement is to essentially, predominantly pay for things for the poor. So when we make it more expensive, it means there's less for the poor. Money said quantifiable mismanagement, marginalization of black businesses has occurred due to the fact that 90 points have gone to price or 80 points for smaller contracts. In
other words, it sounds like what he's saying is
when we get value for money, that is perpetuating the budget.
Chairperson,
Chairperson, but Chairperson, for the sake of argument, it is no longer true. There are now certainly more black dollar millionaires in this country than white dollar millionaires.
How can we still be in a system where we're trying to help the rich get richer?
How can we be in a system where the child of a billionaire is said to be disadvantaged, is said to need a handout from the government when 4 million children plus can't even eat properly to sustain their growth?
Our submission in some total is that if you want to find a clear way
to do
preferencing and transformation to see how they line up,
one thing that would line up with the Zondo report, which says value for money must come first, is if you say there's a tie between two businesses, they're equal on value for money.
In America,
their transformation system would then look to raise, but only if there's equality. So there must be a tie on price. Then you can look to raise. That would be their system.
The system the Institute of Race Relations has documented and submitted for many years is that you do a point system to help
poverty. So you stop treating race, you stop helping black billionaires, you help poor people who are disproportionately black through a point system on that. And the third option is that we come to accept altogether now
that the best way to transform this country, genuinely, wholeheartedly, is to do business as usual. Is to get every Mandela, you know, they call it a Mandela, like 100 Rand note. To get every Mandela to go the furthest, buy the most,
because it helps the poor. Instead of making a mountain of Mandelas for one person to sit on, and a mountain of Mandelas, 1 billion Mandelas. No. Each Mandela must go for every South. That's our proposal. And this bill is an opportunity by repealing the triple PFA and replacing it with a true value for money system for all South Africans. For your time.
Thank you very much for your time. You sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you, Gab. Who's back? Who's back?
Chairperson.
Bulgaria is back on, but it's feedback echo of the platform, so they can now read.
Chairperson.
Sound. Dr. George wants to say something.
Dr. George, you want?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Asking stakeholders to respond to questions.
Chairperson, thank you. I'm now on the hybrid system.
We'll come back to Dr. George. We have got a serious problem of sound this side because of load shedding.
Yes, I hear so. Okay, thank you.
Watch, can you respond to the questions asked from?
So much for the insightful questions. We do appreciate the opportunity to respond. In picking up where my colleague picked up.
Yeah, in picking up where my colleague left off, Corruption Watch likewise supports the need for transformation, but that means economic transformation, which ought to be at the heart of the bill. There has to be a balance between BE with a specific point system, but it cannot come at the ultimate cost. The ultimate cost for value for money, service delivery, and it cannot be a mechanism through which corruption is allowed to creep through. The system has operated for the last 20 years. And based on where we've landed, a nation that is faced with austerity, as a nation that is starving, as a nation with the highest unemployment rate in the world, the system is clearly not working. The system is favoring a handful of connected and elite people. So the system somehow has to be transformed, where value for money is prioritized, so that the poorest of the poor and the most vulnerable are the ones that are being preferred. We quite simply cannot allow the current system to continue in such an unbridled fashion. And just answering the question about printing, the primary objective of the bill, drawing from section 2172 of the Constitution, is that the public procurement system must be fair, equitable, transparent, and cost-effective. This is consistent with international norms and standards. And Section 2173 of the Constitution establishes the way South African preferential procurement policy is to be implemented. And this national legislation must prescribe a framework within which preferential procurement policy must be implemented. The preferential procurement policy is the response to that. There is, of course, this downside that we all see, and that is the methodology may not always ensure that the intended beneficiaries benefit directly or indirectly. Previously disadvantaged and vulnerable groups are not automatically guaranteed contracts of participation. Fronting is a corruption risk and a well-established practice in South Africa. The successful tenderer is often not the tenderer that actually enjoys preferential treatment in terms of the policy. So proper measures must be put in place to capacitate those for whom the policy is intended to take advantage of the benefits that are offered. Procurement officers are going to have to manage this process properly. For example, if you grant a tender to a company owned by a black woman, there needs to be checks and balances built in to ensure that the money that is paid over is paid, for example, into the account of the company beneficially owned by the black woman. So there needs to be strict eligibility criteria, verification of ownership, background checks, and ownership transparency. I'll hand over to my colleague if that's in order with you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair and members, for your questions. On the question around Section 38 of the PFMA, that's part of the concern that we are actually raising as Corruption Watch around the fact that we currently have cross-referencing and fragmentation due to the various bills, due to the various legislation that we have. And we just want to reiterate that this bill must be clear and certain in terms of what it actually wants to achieve. And then regarding the comments around the funding of the PPO and governance, we as Corruption Watch actually believe that the PPO should be independent. And in actual fact, we suggest that the PPO should be funded via appropriations, such as other Chapter 9 institutions. They would still be able to have their independence, but what we are saying is that they should be funded by Parliament. And then in terms of cooperative governance and governance in general, so cooperative governance requires that all spheres of government and organs of state must cooperate with one another. So we understand that, and we understand that they need to coordinate their actions. However, we need to reiterate that we believe quite strongly that the tribunal and the PPO should be separate and independent in order for them to effectively act impartially and without fear and favor, because we have seen from best practice that it does not work when they are located both as the decision maker and those who are meant to perform oversight. And then if I may jump on then to the Budget Justice Coalition as well. So in terms of Budget Justice Coalition and Imali Yetu, we just wanted to note the fact that the office of the PPO can be undermined through the poor provisioning and shared services with National Treasury. So National Treasury is a procuring institution within itself. And the PPO, we argue, may find it very challenging to regulate themselves due to political will. And so we are willing as BAJC and Imali to actually contribute in a written format to the framing of this particular section. We will, however, require more time to provide concrete solutions. And then also just in closing, just to note that there needs to be greater transparency in procurement, which supports transformation and prevents fronting. And it will enable us to ensure that this bill is as effective as possible. And so I will leave it at that for both Corruption Watch and BJC Imali. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm told that the connectivity has been sorted. Ama Bungan, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Chair? Can you hear me, Chair? I think maybe you can't hear me.
I can hear you, but I'm on the virtual platform.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. George. So I think they can hear me now. So I will proceed. Thank you for the opportunity to respond to the comments. I'll be as brief as possible. To respond to Honourable Mani about transparency, yes, of course, we are fully committed to transparency, and we hold ourselves to the same standards as we would hold any public entity. We publish any donations that we receive above 10,000 Rand on our website, which is accessible to anybody who wants to see. And so from that aspect, we adhere to and believe in the importance of transparency. In respect to the question about examples of innovation, Honourable Mani, there is greater detail in our written submissions, but just to give two examples, that in Colombia there is a system that is a formalized citizen monitoring system where groups of citizens that have been sort of created by various entities within government are always informed of any public procurement that occurs, and they are then able to elect whether or not to participate in that procurement through a monitoring system. Another example is in Brazil, there is a public procurement observatory, which has access to all the information around specific procurements, but also can link that to other information on different government databases, which can then flag potential conflicts or irregularities that may come up. If you would like further detail on these examples, we are very happy to provide additional submissions on the specific examples that we recommend as being an innovative approach. And then the last question to Honourable Abraham, I think what I really did want to express is that we don't believe that the bill is inefficient because of transformation imperatives. Our belief and interpretation of the bill is that it is too broad and confers too much responsibility on the executive that nothing in it is effective. So there will be inefficiency in the way that procurement operates under it, but also inefficiency in the way that the transformative priorities are given effect to. So we are certainly not arguing that it is because of the transformation imperatives that it is inefficient. We're saying that the faults in the bill will impact the ability for government to achieve its transformative and transformation objectives, as well as being effective in creating the ability for service delivery. Thank you very much.
The National Women's Forum, South Africa.
Thank you, Chair and honourable members, for the questions. I'll try and be very brief. Firstly, thank you for the support of the 50% submission. We have expanded on some of these points in our written submissions. So just very briefly, the reference to women-owned businesses does focus on African Black women-owned businesses. And that submission must also be seen in conjunction with the requirements for the BBBE legislation. So for the economic transformation, absolutely in agreement that it must be focused on African Black women-owned businesses. The comment that was made that women tend to excel more and are featured more in the catering industries, maybe tourism, that's absolutely correct and addressed in our written submissions. In different industries such as engineering, logistics, construction, women don't feature at all. And that's where we have proposed for upskilling and financial assistance to assist Black-owned and women-owned businesses to be able to participate. With regard to fronting, I support what the representatives for Corruption Watch have said and won't belabor the point. Just to say that fronting is a reality. It has been seen throughout the years with BBBE, and it is a challenge, hence the requirement for transparency and monitoring and putting in proper measures to challenge and dilute this problem over time. Finally, with regard to the question, and there were two questions regarding the tribunal, I think maybe the wording was poorly chosen in respect of the references to internal and external. What I was referring to is that internal meaning the tribunal, external meaning the court system. So the question of urgency must also be considered, because how would the tribunal, the question was, how would the tribunal be able to determine whether a matter is urgent? There must be an opportunity and a methodology for a complainant to be able to approach the courts on an urgent basis, and if necessary, bypass the tribunal, where the courts are able to make the decision on whether a matter is sufficiently urgent to be determined, if the tribunal does not have the ability to do that within the limited time periods. I think I have answered all the questions. I'd like to just hand over to Ms. Shanley.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So we appreciate the emphasis and the questions raised around the African Black. I think sometimes what we do generally, everything that we do, 98%, if we develop African Black women, because we know that is the need. And I think in future, we will just ensure that the emphasis is make it Black women, particular African woman. And I like the fact you're also adding the colored woman as well, you know, so so the emphasis will be there. And I think once the legislation is actually there, we don't wait, but we will ensure in any case as an organization that we upskill, we develop, we'll even take and make sure that women itself, even if we have to take it up ourselves, and ensure that African Black women are the ones who develop their businesses. They grow those businesses and they grow it in multi-billion businesses, because there's absolutely nothing wrong in Black women and African Black women owning billions rands worth of businesses and become industrialists, because that's what our economy needs. Because in actual fact, and this process is part of the process of Black people actually starting to own but don't know. That is what is needed.
accepted something that must be done, just to make sure that people can apply the same vigor to national treasure as they would apply to anybody else. I think that is the subset of the submission, if I got it right. So, but if that's the value that I support it. So, thank you.
Yes. No answer. Dr. George. It seems we have lost him. Okay. Those are the follow-up questions from Honorable Manya. Honorable Manya, we will be bringing us all the stakeholders. You have Corruption Watch, USS International Relations.
Such when then I commented on Corruption Watch and spoke levels, RR, comment on Corruption Watch.
Oh, COSATU, Corruption Watch, and then International Race Relations.
I can go quickly, Chair, and just update our mind for additional question. So I think for us, the procurement can be a powerful instrument to incentivize employees to abide by labor laws. And we take the premise that if you're going to receive public funds, you should be in compliance with all our labor laws. We should be rewarding those who embrace decent work, good labor practices, and of course to penalize to the back door those who don't do so. So we had highlighted that an Employment Equity Act has been passed early this year, came into effect about 2 weeks or last week. It has a useful clause where it says if any company wants to get a tender of the state, the Department of Labor must give them a compliance certificate that then complies with the Employment Equity Act and also Minimum Wage Act. So that's a useful thing. And that is also part of the agreement at NEDLAC in 2017 around the Minimum Wage Act, that state tenders must be linked to compliance with the Minimum Wage Act. We think, Chair, that either now or in an 18 months review, we should actually expand it beyond that to the other labor laws, occupational health and safety, basic conditions, labor relations, mine health and safety, etc. Really just begin a bit of a paradigm shift with companies that if you abide by the laws, then you can be rewarded. If you don't, well, there's a consequence, a real consequence. And a financial incentive is a very powerful way to do so. Chair, I think on the issue of abuses, all our labor laws is always, and all laws is always non-compliance. So there is a responsibility, for example, on the inspectors. We have about 1,400 inspectors from the Department of Labor. So I hope when we come back to this committee in November, and we plead for additional allocations to be given to Department of Labor, that members will support that call, because we're making it for some time. It's unrealistic to expect 1,500 inspectors to police about 2 million workplaces to have any impact. It's a drop in the ocean. It also means that our colleagues in business must do much more to ensure compliance amongst their sector as employers. As unions, we also have to do more to make sure we educate and train our shop stewards to know what all the laws are about, what are the rights, how to ensure compliance. And we saw, for example, Chair, during COVID-19, many employers deduct monies from UIF. They don't hand it over to the UIF, for example. We saw last week with the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, about 3,200 employers had basically pickpocketed workers, deducted their pension funds, and didn't hand it over to. So it's a lot of work for all of us. And of course, it means chances like this to tighten the laws, we must exploit that opportunity. I think on the issue of the thresholds, so the exemption for small employers under the Employment Equity Act has always been there for decades. We don't agree with it as COSATU. We didn't agree with the issue of the Honorable Mani's raising about removing the 1 million rand annual turnover threshold. We thought that's a mistake. We shouldn't be having these exemptions in all our labor laws to allow small employers exemption. We've managed to make some progress in some recent laws which will come to Parliament that we're reducing the definition of small employers from that 50, which is too large, because basically that's most workplaces, to take the more narrow definition of the BCA, which is 10 employees and less, which I think is a much better approach, because 50 is very, very large. We're not happy with it, so Chair. We share Honorable Mani's sentiments around it, but I think on a lighter note, Chair, many of these laws were also passed when Honorable Mani was a DG of the Department of Labor. But we appreciate the conversion, and we look forward to his and ourselves share the same cause, and we can complement and collaborate and caucus this together. But that's on a lighter note, Comrade Chair. Thanks very much, Honourable Member.
Yeah, DG. Yeah, okay. Corruption watch.
Sorry, Chair, although the question is not answered, the question here is a simple one. And that's why you're quite right. We did this law because we wanted to curb the mischief. But now the amendment has loosened what we were tightened. And the amendment is saying, because what we had said if you employ 50 or less, we deem you as a small company, and therefore you don't need to submit an employment equity report. Tick a box so that there's much more flexibility and the IRR can be happy and all of that. So that's what we thought we'd do. But now what the amendment has done, the amendment now has removed the threshold. So what you now have, because the threshold has been removed, you now have a 5 billion turnover company that maybe was employing 200 people. They're now going to start to divisionalize these into 49, 39, and all of this, just to be able to avoid submitting. This is where I'm asking you, where was COSATU? This happened now in my absence.
Okay, no, let's not have that dialogue. You, labor and the former employer will have dialogue outside. And the lighter note, corruption watch.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just wanted to address the comment, a very specific comment by Honorable Manyi regarding Corruption Watch. We just wanted to make it quite clear, just from our staff, I'll layer it. From our staff, we only have 10% of staff that are not Black staff as a starting point at Corruption Watch. That's the first one. Secondly, we do quite a lot of work in mining affected communities where we assist predominantly Black women and Black men to receive assistance and capacitation around the extractives industry and the mining companies and human rights abuses. Thirdly, we assist whistleblowers who are predominantly, again, Black people in South Africa in reporting corruption, and we assist them throughout the process. Fourthly, we work with different coalitions where we actually do advocate for either budget transparency, for socioeconomic rights. So we as Corruption Watch as an organization are doing much more than we had enough time to really speak about here, but we just wanted to make it clear that we are doing quite a lot as an organization, and we are committed to ensuring that South Africans really receive the realization of their human rights. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just on the suggestion from the honourable member that there is mere posturing regarding the poor, we have reached out to Treasury to ask how much race preferencing has cost the fiscus, meaning all South Africans, but especially poor South Africans. We have not received an answer. We look forward to receiving an answer. We think that Treasury is about accounting. It's about counting numbers. Where's the money? So we just want to know that will answer the question, who's posturing about what. Procurement is one thing. Other departments do all the other things. It's another thing we heard from honourable member. So I think the thought was we shouldn't be bringing up the fact that South Africa has the worst literacy rate in the world on record, and it's actually been getting worse. Education is a different department to Treasury, to procurement, and social development is a different department to Treasury, and fixing the roads is a different department. ESCOM is a different department. I think I just want to underline something that's very special about Treasury, and that's very special about procurement, which is that because we live in an era of money, everything that government does goes through this bill. Government expenditure, it's going to be 1 trillion rand. The medium-term budget statement coming up now is going to say procurement is 1 trillion rand. That is a huge amount of national wealth. And this bill is what's going to determine whether that 1 trillion rand, whether it's in education, whether it's in social development, whether it's in infrastructure development, by the way, the budget's evaporated on that, whether it's on anything, paying back the debt, all of that money, not paying back the debt, that's one thing. All of the money that's spent on actual stuff goes through this bill. That's why we're so concerned that when we look at the bad outcomes and we see different departments trying to find new ways to go forward, we think to ourselves, but they're going to be fighting the battle against poverty, against bad service delivery, with one hand tied behind the back by this bill with its very confusing, overladen, multifarious purposes that erode value for money. Finally, honorable member said, you know, we're basing our recommendations here on just keeping it simple, on saying value for money first. Make every rand go the furthest it can go. Buy the most power, the most toilet paper, the most transformers, the most whatever it is. We're being told that that's coming from the Zondo report. That's where we're basing our recommendation. That is true. And the Zondo report is non-binding. Okay, we've heard promises from various political parties to implement the report. It's noteworthy, but I agree. The Zondo report is not a binding document. The binding document is called the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It is with reference to that text, 217 on procurement, 9 on equality, 1 on our founding values of non-racialism, that we base our submission that this bill as it currently stands is going to take money from the poor, give it to the rich, is going to make businesses happy. Yes. Big businesses that are already established will get even bigger by selling less for more. Meanwhile, the poor are going to continue to get poorer. And it is on the basis of the ways in which it does this against the Constitution that we submit. This is, if this bill passes as it is, it's going to be challenged in court. It's going to be held up against the Constitution of this republic, and it is going to be found sorely wanting. But that is going to be an expensive exercise. The lawyers are going to make money. The time is going to be wasted. Let's not delay like that. As lawmakers, you can avoid that whole court process for us. Please save us the time, save us the money. Fix this thing now ahead of time so that we can get more bang for our buck, so the poor can stand a better chance, and so that we as a country can fulfill the promise of our founding document to grow together non-racially. Thank you.
Thanks, IRR. Let's proceed to the program. Now we are moving to item 4. Black Business Concern. I hope you are ready. Yeah, there you are. Over to you, President of the BBC. 10 minutes, you can self-time.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. I'm the president of the Black Business Council, representing a number of organizations, corporates, and professionals. Chair, the people that we represent, as I've said, they range from Black-owned companies, from women-owned, youth-owned, people living with disabilities. And in the main, we are more than 2 million people that we represent as an organization. We welcome the opportunity, Honorable Chair, to present to the committee this afternoon that this bill, and we cannot overstate the importance of this bill, and getting the bill right. It must then provide South Africans, and particularly the previously disadvantaged individuals and companies that historically they're excluded in the mainstream economy. And one of the issues that is worthwhile noting is that majority of the people in this country, they are Black and they're excluded in the economy. And the Constitution of the Republic moved from a premise that we need them to address or to deal with the redress of the past in terms of that category of people that economically were excluded previously. And therefore, it is our submission that we need to find in our primary legislation that we have different areas where we include the 40% or the 50% women-owned companies, the youth, people living with disability in the primary act as opposed to the regulation. Chair, in our delegation, we have the number of executives that are part of this setting today. On my right is Khangi Matabani, and on my back I have number of colleagues that will then present. I have a VP business, Gregory Mufukeng. I have Tumi, she's also part of the delegation, the team. I have Bafa, who also then make a presentation on a number of areas. And then I have Lucky Kize, who will also then deal with the critical aspects of our submission. And I would hand over to Lucky then to deal with those issues. And after Lucky, then Bafa will then follow, and the last person will then be to me. And thanks again for allowing us then to make a presentation this afternoon. Thank you. Lucky.
My name is Lucky Keys, and I form part of the Black Business Council delegation. I'll jump straight to it. A 2018 World Bank report on poverty and equality in South Africa provides that poverty is consistently highest among Black South Africans, the less educated, the unemployed, female-headed households, and children, amongst others. 2, poverty has a strong spatial dimension in South Africa, a demonstration of the enduring legacy of apartheid. 3, poverty remains concentrated in previously disadvantaged areas, such as the former homelands, a legacy of apartheid. 4, high levels of income polarization are manifested in very high levels of chronic poverty, a few high income earners, and a relatively small middle class. It is safe to assume that the 4 million malnourished children referred to earlier are born from Black South Africans, Black being a term encompassing Black African, colored, and South African and Indian South Africans. Transformation can be described as the process for political, social, economic, organizational, institutional, and structural change in both the public and private realms of South Africa, with the aim to ameliorate the aforementioned scourge of poverty and malnourishment amongst Black South Africans. Transformation is a national project. We would like to believe that it is embraced by the majority of South Africans collectively, notwithstanding the different racial, cultural, political, and socioeconomic backgrounds, amongst others. However, clearly it is not. This does not change the fact that it is a constitutional imperative that should not be disturbed by political differences and differing financial priorities, amongst others. The system referred to in section 2171 must achieve the objects specified in 2172 in furtherance of transformation. The two are not mutually exclusive. Furthermore, S271 focuses on how the system should function, whereas 2172 and 3 focuses on how the system should be created. It is prudent that all these provisions are given equal degrees of priority. The allegation to the contrary is unsustainable and should be rejected with the contempt it deserves. Failure to comprehensively achieve the objects of either section 2172 or 2171 of the Constitution respectively renders the bill susceptible to judicial review. The idea that transformation equals corruption is propounded by those who are anti-transformation and by necessary implication, but not necessarily by intention, to protect the architecture and privileges of apartheid and colonialism. This perspective must be stamped out with the contempt it deserves. Transformation must be prioritized, and its abuse for corrupt ends must equally be vanquished. This bill will form part of a body of subsidiary constitutional legislation designed to amplify and give more concrete effects to key provisions of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, such as PEPUDA, PAJA, the LRA, amongst others. Professor Lawrence Duplessis assessed the following. The provisions of a subsidiary constitutional statute must, like any other statute, be construed to promote the spirit, purpose, and objects of both the Bill of Rights and the specific constitutional provisions to which more concrete effect is given. In this case, it is section 2171 and 2. The said provisions may not be allowed to decrease the protection that a constitutional right affords to or infringe any other constitutional right. She contends that this principle finds expression in the constitutional court case of S versus Mhlungu. In the circumstances, this bill cannot fall short of the objects propounded in section 2171 and 2 of the Constitution. 2, she stated, a subsidiary constitutional statute may extend protection beyond what is conferred by the constitutional provisions to which it is subsidiary. She contends that this principle finds expression in the constitutional court case of MEC of Education, KwaZulu-Natal versus Pile. The objective and concomitant mandates on organs of state and any other institution according to section 2172 is clear. The tool for achieving this objective should be this bill. The guiding constraints of how this objective should be put into practice is in accordance with 2171. That is also clear. The following professor analysis provides that failure to comprehensively achieve the objects of either 2171 or 2172 respectively by the framework required by 2173 renders this bill susceptible to judicial review. It is trite that this honorable house is vested with the national legislative authority to pass this legislation with regard to any matter but excluding matter within the functional areas listed in Schedule 5, which means this house is the authority. In summation, there are no impediments preventing Parliament from utilizing this opportunity to draft a preferential procurement bill that definitively prioritizes Black people while fighting corruption and being transparent and providing value for money. The assumption that these imperatives are competing is misguided. This is an opportunity for all the organizations present in this house to hold our parliamentarians to account, to ensure that they honor the obvious constitutional imperatives, to ensure that public procurement is appropriately utilized to achieve all the objects of Section 217 of the Constitution. And it's a shame that some seek to use opportunity to drive the anti-transformation agendas by cherry-picking clauses that suit them. In closing, my address, to the extent to which this bill falls short of the imperatives reflected in the whole of Section 217, exposes to judicial review, and the submission of the Black Business Council seeks to bolster aspects of this bill, such as Chapter 4 and 5, amongst others, to avoid this shortfall, and further to advise this Honorable House to the extent to which how much further the ambit of this bill can be extended without exposing it to judicial review. Thank you. Over to.
Yeah. Wait. The two of you are left with 3 minutes. Because Mkhize took all the minutes, almost. So find your space and time to share the 3 minutes left.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And if you go back to the presentation, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump quite a few slides, but I think it's very important for us to just emphasize one or two issues. The first issue that we want to emphasize, if you go to further slide, first issue that we want to address is the naming of this bill. So our position quickly as a BBC is that this bill is named incorrectly. To call it public procurement bill should be called procurement bill. The reason is that go down the slide so that colleagues can see it, Alan, please. The reason is that if we want to address the challenges that are faced by this country, the 1 trillion that was talked about is not enough to drive those issues. And also, if we want to ensure that the principles that are exposed in the Constitution, go further down, please, on the presentation. The principles that are exposed in the Constitution actually, captured throughout the country, and that the government is not the government of the public sector, is the government of the country, of South Africa, Inc., and therefore this bill should be applicable to all South Africans. You may have a discussion about, which clauses apply to the private sector, but it must not only be applied to the public sector. So the naming is problematic. The second issue that we want to address is the issue of the value for money. We've provided a definition there, and we're very clear on the value for money. Any country will always have their socio-economic objectives. And throughout the world, the issue of private procurement is not a South African issue, it's a global phenomenon. And if it is a global phenomenon, it should be recognized that, South African government will have their procurement objectives, and those objectives should definitely, come across in terms of the procurement definition. We don't agree that there are any tensions between Section 217 and the rest of 271 and the rest of 2 and 3. I think those is very clear. The Constitution is very clear, and those who want to create the impression that there are tensions is because they're trying to drive their own agenda. Our deal breaker, to us is Chapter 4. We support this bill wholeheartedly, but our deal breaker is Chapter 4. The Constitution is very clear that a framework must be established, and Chapter 4 doesn't even get closer in terms of addressing the procurement framework that it needs to do. Our support of our bill is contingent on that. We have proposed a framework. I'm not going to go through the previous slide to this one, where we're proposing a framework that needs to be addressed. It comes with issues of pre-qualification, where you can address the issue of set aside for women, youth, and so on. Because if those don't find expression in primary legislation, they will never be addressed. And then we have a secondary and primary, categories of preference. And the whole idea is that there's a constitution that is identified, because this bill must be seen in the lens of where we're coming from as a country. So we're saying, the Section 272 clarify in terms of the categories of preferences, and primary categories of preferences should be those that are indicated in the Constitution. But then we understand there are broader socio-economic representatives of the country, which includes organization and so on, that need to be covered there. I'll hand over to my colleague quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chapter 5 of this bill, Chair, deals with procurement systems and methods. And we believe that, Chair, this needs to be enhanced, Chair, to just give a high level principles in terms of what methods are out there beyond the transversal methods and the PPP agreements that we actually have there. Chair, just go to the slide on the last slide that shows the high level summary of issues so we get into it. So our issues, Chair, is that we need to be clear. Chapter 4 needs to be clearly say this is set aside for women, this is set aside for youth, this is set aside for people with disabilities. So we need to be clear, Chair. We need to be strategic in how we apply the procurement bill. As well, Chair, issues of corruption has been mentioned, and our view, Chair, is that we need to actually enhance this through promoting the ethics around corruption, Chair, and making reference to PRICAS, Chair, which is an act that has always been there with regards to corruption. Chair, we need to make sure that there's a lot of detail that is included in the act. But beyond that, we accept, Chair, that IT is an enabler, but we need to see it coming through across from the procurement planning to a point of contract management, Chair. So we see enforcement. Chair, just as well as the object of the bill, we do totally agree with, Chair, but we need to find within the bill clauses that support the object of the bill, that speaks to localization, that speaks to beneficiation, Chair. Chair, our submission as a BBC is that the time is now and the time is right. We are saying that this should be included in the primary legislations. We don't have to wait for regulations to actually have all of those things incorporated into the Act. Thank you, Chair.
If I was a caucus, the last will be a woman, knowing it will be difficult for the chair to. How do you stop a woman when you step? I think the chief whip of my committee is not innocent here. Thanks very much, BBC. The next. Association for the Advancement of Black Accountants of South Africa. Are they here?
We are here, Chair. I am here, Chair.
Oh, okay. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the committee and Honorable members of Parliament. My name is Linda Maqoma. I'm the National President of ABASA, which is Association for the Advancement of Black Accountants of Southern Africa. Which is a 38-year-old organization which aims to focus on the interests of Black accountants in the Black peoples engaged in the accounting space. Strategic objectives being education, transformation, and particularly economic participation of our professionals and people in the economy. When we look at the work that ABASA does, ranging from both youth, women, trainees, public sector, a wide range of initiatives. When you come to this bill, we really want to look at how does ABASA play its role And some of the areas that we're looking at are really in line with some of our sister organizations, such as the BBC and the BMF, who have also submitted, I believe, and APSIP and IWFSA, which is also here. So we're very aligned as we fall under an umbrella that also aims to strengthen the voice of transformation in our country. So we are not going to mince our words around the fact that this bill, first and foremost, must at its center really appreciate the call and the responsibility we have from a constitutional perspective, but also from a transformation agenda. ABASA has many initiatives that it does, but one really that comes close to what needs to be done in this bill is that we are trying to make sure that when we are putting people through our programs, there are opportunities at the end of that. And if we don't strengthen what this bill is trying to do, then we're going to find ourselves, as ABASA has found itself, where there are opportunities for 200 learners given by organizations like Facet, for unemployed graduates. And when we open the call, we get numbers that are beyond, you know, 2,000s, 3,000s. To ourselves, how do we get a pivot from this profession to be able to actually meaningfully participate and not rely on things like internships? So I'm just setting the tone from an ABASA and where we're coming from. The first thing for me is we need to really look at the work that is done around professionalizing the space, and this bill must incorporate that linkage. It must make sure that, like my other colleagues have said, we mustn't think that when we are driving transformation, it cannot be done in an efficient and an ethical way. There are professionals, and ABASA can show them to you, that can go into these structures and make sure that the work is done and the legislation is implemented in the right way. We work quite closely with the Auditor General, and those reports do show where the problems are and how in real time we can address those. And when we talk about innovation, we talk about digitalization in real time, we need to look at some of the recommendations that have been made by the Auditor General in that space, and that bill must incorporate those as well. We need to look at the interconnectedness of other legislation that drive transformation so they do not stand alone. And some of the things that are raised around the areas that are limping must be fixed to also collaborate with this bill. And ABASA would like to stress that that is done, so that we're not working isolated bills, but everything is interconnected and corrected so that it aligns to the ultimate goal of transformation. We want to also address the value for money definition, and we do want to also amplify the voice of saying that value for money must be looked at in the context of our country and the historical redress that must be made. And we must really, really be deliberate about transformation, and we cannot be asking whether value for money or transformation. It is transformation from an ABASA perspective. We also want to make sure that all of the things that we're implementing, that they are driven in the main legislation, as previously mentioned, and we want to emphasize that as well as ABASA. Would like to see that in the main legislation. We must also take a strong stance around monitoring and evaluation, and that goes back to professionalizing of this activity. And also the naming, we also want to emphasize that naming this bill to just look at the public sector as though it's only the public sector that government oversees, would like to raise the challenge to the House that this would also look at the private sector, because organizations like ABASA and transformative organizations are also relying on the private sector to do its part. And as a country, we must know that we all fall under this government, and we must all adhere to the transformation mandate that must be prioritized by all of us, and not to separate us from private and public sector. The legislation, we'd like it to be resolute in dealing with the interference of professionals doing their work in the space. ABASA has continuously advocated for that, and we want to see that clearly outlined in the bill, in the protection of our professionals, so they're not deterred from actually doing the work at hand, to make sure that these bills and this legislation is actually acted on, and we prevent any of the backlogs that do not see the success of these projects and this legislation. I also want to stress the fact that, and particularly linking to the value for money, from a perspective of
Leadership and then ignore the fact that focusing on transformation is the ethical thing to do, considering where we are in the context of the country. So as accountants and those that are bound by ethical behavior and ethical interests of not only our profession but our country, we must prioritize this legislation and the transformation that it drives. And as honorable members, from an ambassador perspective, we just want to see that all of these are emphasized and that as South Africans, we increase the spirit of the legislation so that you can really see the value of us making sure that all and the majority of the country who are predominantly Black are participating meaningfully in our country. Thank you very much.
Linda from Abasa, Department of Defense. Where's Defense? They are in the virtual platform.
Chair, they said they'll be here.
Defense, where are you?
Honorable Chairperson, am I audible?
Yeah. Oh.
Permission to proceed, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay. Can you see it? Can you see it?
I think we must
Madam Umar, can you help?
Am I audible, Chairperson? Honorable Chairperson, am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible, Honorable Chairperson?
I think they can hear this tune.
Yes, I see you. Can hear you.
May I proceed, Honorable Chairperson?
Yes, no, they can't hear.
Ms. Kumal, I think we can hear you, but at Parliament, it looks like they can't hear you.
Thank you. Now I can't proceed with the chairperson not hearing me.
Can you see he's talking, but we can't hear what he's saying?
Yes, I can see he's talking, but we can't hear what he is saying.
Is Subtaco here? Okay.
Chairperson, I can hear you now.
Okay, share the screen. Yeah, there you are.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance, honorable members of the committee, management from the public sector, executives from industry, various industries, practitioners, and the citizens who are in attendance. My name is Ms. F. Kumalo. I am presenting the Department of Defense. And in terms of our presentation, Chairperson, we have a very long presentation that you have before you, but we have tried to shorten the presentation to accommodate the 10 minutes that has been presented to us. So the sequence of the presentation might not consistently run with the slides that you are currently having. But key in terms of what we looked at as the Department of Defense was the issue of definitions that has already been underscored from yesterday. And in doing so, we'll touch on the definition of immediate family member. The view of the department is that this definition must be limited to current relations, excluding the previous spouse, civil partner, and their extensions, because such application is going to pose very high risk because not all relationships end well, and we do not know everything that happens in the lives of the former spouses, or even those that we are living with. At times they will not tell you everything that is happening. Then the other definition is the definition of set aside. Our view is that set aside is a new concept in public procurement, and that the definition needs to be clearly defined to avoid ambiguity and ensure standard application. Then we move on to the definition of beneficiation that is still under Chapter 1. We are also of the view that the definition of beneficiation must be clearly defined to avoid ambiguity in application. I am not sure whether I'm audible because I don't see the chairperson. Should I still proceed? Should I proceed? Okay. I was on the definition of beneficiation, that it is the first time that this definition is going to be applied in public procurement. It is very critical that it should be clearly defined and it must be translated to the regulations for clear and precise implementation. The areas that are green, I am not going to really talk to except for two, because there are areas that we are fully in agreement and we are appreciating their inclusion in the bill. Then I am going to move on to Section 5, which is the role of the Public Procurement Office. The recommendation is that the bill must expand on the role of the office, the processes and procedures that are going to be applied in referring matters to the Public Procurement Office. Furthermore, we are also looking at the issue of regulations and instructions, that is the Section 4 that is highlighted in red, clearly underscoring that the instructions and regulations seem to be here to stay. The expectation was that the Act, when it is enacted, will cut out the cumbersome instructions and guidelines, because they have posed a serious risk in terms of implementation, unless if those instructions are going to be proactive, looking at the risks that are going to be experienced in implementation. Then we move on to Section 11, which talks to the distinction between disclosures and automatic exclusions. We are appreciating that it will assist both buyers and sellers. However, there is a view that the disclosures in Section 11 must be viewed under the same breath as exclusions in Section 13 to avoid the risk of abuse of the system. Then in Section 14, where it talks about subordinates that are executing unlawful instructions should be exempted from disciplinary procedures. The department recommends that there should be disciplinary bodies, processes, and procedures for dealing with complaints and disciplinary hearings that are going to Then we move on to the issue of debarment, and it is proposed that there should be a body that will deal with issues of debarment to handle all the issues that have been created or that have been submitted to the PPO, because not doing so will give the PPO unilateral decisions. So to minimize that, it is recommended that the debarment must be handled by a committee or a commission. Then on the issue of set aside, which has been part of the discussions this morning, the department is of the view that set aside needs to be included in the regulations, if not directly in the act, to provide clear guidelines in terms of how it should be implemented. You will recall that the president has expressed the intent of empowering women through 40% for women, youth, and people with disability. But it has been difficult to implement because there is no legal instrument to do so. And we are also looking at this with the thought on our heads that there is PPR 2022. So when the bill talks of new regulations, the new regulations, are they going to be giving synergy to the PPR 2022 and the policies that have been done by institutions on specific goals? Equally looking at local content and local production with a view that it should be more about measurement, monitoring, and evaluation, because PPR 2017, which was enforced from 2017 to 2022, adequately covered local content and local production with the designated sectors, but there isn't much yield that was realized from that. So if the focus could be on measuring, monitoring, and evaluation, it will make a difference. Then on section 17, under subcontracting, the recommendation that the department has is that subcontracting must not be a condition of contract, but it needs to be encompassed either in the regulations or pronounced explicitly in the act. Then also there's a view that technology must be used to eliminate debarred suppliers, so that when a supplier is already restricted, they do not have to go through the cycle of the system, wasting time and resources, but be eliminated instantly. Furthermore, one critical area that the department has looked at is that the Act must introduce alternative resource funding, which is previously known as barter trade, and sweating of assets, to be included as instruments of trade in relation to section 17.6 and section 18.5. This is an approach that has already been adopted in the National Defence Industry Council. So for more detail and how it should be implemented, we are sure that the National Defence Industry Council will be there to support. And this is very key for the defense industry because it will leverage and boost trade, especially from a continental perspective. In section 16, the concern is that the section talks about the state using organs or persons other than organs of state, whereas chapter 3 clearly provides the list of state organs. So it is unclear at what stage a state organ can transfer its responsibilities to a non-state organ. More research needs to be done in this regard, and case law needs to be applied. As it stands, it sounds uneasy. Then on section 21, on measures to prevent the abuse of procurement system, the department would like to emphasize that we should not only look at the SAPS, but we need to look at the role of the military police on matters that relate to defense. So the military police should be incorporated in the Act. Then we are also looking at section 22, which talks about the establishment of procurement units. This has been a key issue because previously the previous legislation was talking to procurement being under the finance environment. And now the bill says there must be a procurement unit without spelling out where it should be. So we are recommending as the department that the bill or the act must not talk to a unit, but it must talk to a function, because a unit in the military terminology means something else. Or alternatively, it must talk to a procurement component. Section 24 poses a high risk in terms of the National Treasury or the PPO being given the powers of establishing a procurement system which shall talk to instructions to determine requirements for digitization, automation, and reporting. Already, digitization is being viewed as one way of minimizing the human element in the procurement process. So if it is going to wait for the Act and wait for the PPO, it might delay institutions like the Department of Defense, which is seriously considering digitizing the procurement function. And then on Section 26, the department appreciates that the PPO will issue instructions to enable public, civil society, and the media to access procurement processes and information, carrying the spirit of candid deliberations and protection of officials from undue influence. We are underscoring that in so doing, the considerations of national security and sensitive information must be taken into account. On Section 27, on the issue of disclosure, the department would like to highlight that the disclosure of any information as a risk should be under PAIA or should comply with PAIA and PAJA. The Public Procurement Office cannot determine the requirements for disclosure or reasons for a decision as envisaged in Section 27 without complying to what is in PAIA and PAJA. In Section 41 and Section 46, the department would like to underscore the role of the tribunal, focusing on the fact that the chairperson has to find alternatives to ensure that the tribunal process is completed.
I think you can.
Should I continue?
No, Ms. Kumalo, please wrap up for the next minutes, please.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear that, Honorable.
Yes, Kumalo, could you hear that? Can you hear me?
We cannot hear you properly.
Can you round off in the next minutes?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll touch on the key points that are affecting the department. So in Section 51, the power to enter and search premises might have an impact in the restricted areas in the Department of Defense. And then to move quicker, I will skip and go to Section 56, the one that talks to exemptions. The department appreciates that section because it gives room for the DoD to request exemptions where it will be impractical to fully implement the Act as once enacted. Such areas may include provisions for procurement abroad and for sensitive requirements. The spirit of this section, in terms of Section 57, is also appreciated where it talks about deviations. But there is a concern that this aspect does not cover procurement by other means, which has recently been instituted by National Treasury. So we will also expect that there should be synergy in the work that has been previously done when it comes to procurement by other means. I think the last point that I will raise on behalf of the department, which is very critical, is Section 58, wherein the department is requesting that.
Okay, I think
I had this question yesterday on how Treasury can best with departments and other spheres of government when there was a question from the municipality, which also represented Mendo. I think the issue with departments making submissions at the same time as stakeholders is a bit problematic for us. There should be a different process for government departments as well as various spheres of government. It's not fair on the other stakeholders.
Thank you very much, but the presentation is noted as is. We now go to the African Procurement Law Unit. Is it here physical or virtual? Physical, online. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Online. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Chairperson.
Thank you. You can go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll appreciate it if the Secretariat can just share our slides with you. So in the meantime, I will start to just very briefly introduce the African Procurement Law Unit. We are a multi-institutional research unit focusing on the study of public procurement law from an African perspective. We've got researchers from 10 different universities across Africa and beyond, as well as a number of researchers in other public and private institutions currently actively affiliated with APLU and our projects. If you can see the screen, then you will see some of our lead researchers that's currently working on projects for us. So our input on the bill is not only informed by our own research expertise, including the insights of our foreign colleagues that have gone through similar law reform in the recent past, such as, for example, Namibia, Botswana, and Zimbabwe, but also by two major national workshops that we convened in February and July this year, where more than 120 stakeholders from the South African public procurement community, SM officials, other public officials, supply organizations, academics, NGOs, and practicing lawyers got together to discuss in detail what an ideal future procurement system in South Africa would look like. And those discussions have also informed our comments and input. We want to structure our presentation around two main focus areas. Firstly, the key objectives of the bill, and secondly, a few comments on the text of the bill. As a point of departure, Chair, we greatly welcome this bill. Over many years, we have called for law reform, including consolidation of South African public procurement law, and we've consistently worked towards that goal. We thus think that this bill is a tremendous step in the right direction. All that must now be done is some fine-tuning of the text in order to create the basis for an up-to-date and fit-for-purpose procurement system in South Africa. Turning then firstly to the key objectives that we want to talk to, and I've just got 3 points that I want to make here. Firstly, we consider one of the most important objectives of this bill to be the consolidation of public procurement law. It is now well documented and well known that we've got a highly fragmented regulatory regime governing public procurement in South Africa, which is one of our biggest challenges. To that effect, we think it is critically important that the committee considers bringing construction procurement fully in under this bill, rather than keeping it as a shared mandate between this particular area, which will be governed by the Public Procurement Office, and the Construction Industry Development Board. We therefore recommend that the bill deals exclusively also with construction procurement. Secondly, we think it is imperative that further secondary legal instruments beyond regulations, such as instructions, codes, etc., be limited as far as possible. It is also well documented that the large number of such instruments that's been issued over the last few years have caused significant disruption, uncertainty, and fragmentation in the public procurement system. We thus think it is really important that those be limited as far as possible. The second point around key objectives is the constitutional principles in section 2171. We think that it is imperative that this piece of legislation, which really takes its cue from section 217, should set out and flesh out the 5 key principles that our constitution gives us around section 2171. One of the most important things that this bill should thus do is to give content to section 217, rather than attempting to define some parallel principles to section 217. The third key objective point is the one around development. We think it is exceptionally important that this bill explicitly, clearly, and unequivocally give us the section 2172 framework for the use of procurement in support of transformation in our country. This is a critical objective of this bill, and we cannot afford to have yet again another challenge to a regime set up. In addition to putting transformation as a key objective and stating very clearly how that is to be done, we think it's important that as a key objective, this bill also sets out efficiency and value for money as important objectives and give us the tools that we would need to effect that. Turning, Chair, then to the text of the bill and just a very few comments from us on the text. We have made detailed submissions, and we are sure that the committee will consider that in due course. Firstly, on section 2, the objects clause of the bill, we think it is really important that that section be rephrased around the section 217 principles. We believe that everything that's currently stated in that section can be accommodated under such a framework, but we think it is imperative that the Constitution be used as the point of departure and the structure for the objects of the bill. We think it is important to move away from a narrow public finance perspective, using Treasury norms and standards as the point of departure of the object. Public procurement is much more than just about money. It's about service delivery. It's about making government work. And to that extent, we think the object of this bill should take into account that much broader operational function of procurement than simply a public finance one. Framing the object of the Act thus through a narrow Treasury norms and standards lens, we think is a mistake. Secondly, we want to just make a few comments on sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 18, and 58 together. In this group of sections, we think it is really important that there be clarity on roles and responsibilities within the new procurement system. That is, who does what. At the moment, we think that the bill is not sufficiently clear between these sections about the division of roles and responsibilities, especially in the way that it uses the term procurement system. There is considerable overlap in the power granted under section 8 and section 18 regarding who will create this procurement system. And we think that will be a big mistake to continue with that uncertainty under a new bill. In our view, the bill should give discretion to institutions to pursue procurement with value for money within guardrails set by the law and through an emphasis on professionalization. We think also that the bill should give us a framework for core procurement methods in the Act itself, not in delegated instruments. Finally, Chair, turning to section 17, which we consider to be probably the most important section in this Act, in this bill. We think it is imperative that this section gives us clarity and precision to avoid another challenge to a preferential procurement regime, which we can ill afford. To that effect, we recommend that clear authority be given to the minister to prescribe the preferential procurement policy. If you look at the current wording of section 17, it talks about implementation, it talks about application. It does not tell us who gets to decide the content of the procurement, the preferential procurement policy. We think that this will be a mistake to continue with this wording and will open the door to unnecessary litigation. We thus recommend to the committee that section 17 clearly grants the minister the power to determine, by way of regulation, the preferential procurement policy to be adopted, to be implemented, by all procuring institutions. Finally, institutions under section 17 should only have implementation power so that we can have a coherent, centrally prescribed system of preferential procurement, which we think is the only way in which this critically important objective of not only this act, but our entire procurement system will succeed. With that, Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to make a few comments to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right on time. Thanks for the presentation. Now we are with South African Bank Technical and Allied Careers Organization, SAPTACO.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Afternoon.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Just want to hear if my screen is sharing.
Not yet.
Please ask the host to enable screen sharing for me.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you see my screen?
You good to go.
Good afternoon. My name is Clint Koopman. I'm the past president of SAPTACO. SAPTACO is the home of Black professionals in the built environment. SAPTACO welcomes the long-awaited bill, and we have advocated against the use of the PFA as a tool for information of the economic landscape of South Africa. We initially thought that we will not deal with definitions in this presentation, as it was well articulated by Dr. Nedum Kondweni in his presentation yesterday, but we thought we would only emphasize the importance of making sure that definitions are well defined to avoid misrepresentation and rely on the courts to interpret the intentions of the bill. However, following the interactions this morning, we do need to repeat our position on the definition of value for money, because there's been differing expressions of this definition. So value for money and procurement, in our view, is achievement of a desired procurement outcome at the best possible price. It is not necessarily the lowest price, but it's based on balanced judgment of financial and non-financial factors relating to procurement. So putting it in the context of South Africa, correcting the injury suffered by Black people of this country, it is an unequivocal instruction in the Constitution as a non-financial factor. So best value for money can be defined in the South African context as the most advantageous combination of transformation, cost, and quality. There is no competing, these are not competing principles. There is no value for money without transformation. Others have spoken about this statistic. We're not going to go into that. We just want to emphasize that Black economic empowerment is not an administrative process by ticking boxes. Black economic empowerment can only be measured by the total value of wealth flow to Black people. Doesn't matter if there are 100,000 Black billionaires in this country, that doesn't matter. It means that the transformation is working. But there must be a drastic change required and what was anticipated that when we received the draft public procurement bill. So Section 217 speaks to corrective action in Section 2172. Many have spoken about this. We will not embellish more on that. There was a reference to one of those pillars of Section 217 talking about equity and equality. Equity is not making sure people get access to the same opportunities. Sometimes our differences or history can create barriers to participation. So we must first ensure that equity before we can enjoy equality. The need for measured and deliberate inequality to achieve equity is hence necessary. The key objectives from Chapter 4, Section 17.2. The rationale behind the Chapter 4 of the bill is to address advancement of people disadvantaged by unfair discrimination against Black people. The draft bill, though, includes other elements under the preferencing, which goes beyond this objective. If applied as it stands, procuring institutions may set procurement policies that exclude those who were intended to be targeted by Section 2172 of the Constitution, and they will still be fully compliant with the bill. Preferencing cannot be left to procuring institutions. The bill must set the framework to set the boundaries within which procurement institutions should develop their procurement policies. What we do see as non-negotiable principles are: prioritize the advancement of Black people in procurement processes, have a pre-qualification criteria to address specific objectives that may or may not relate to the requirements of Section 2172, have forward-looking commitments to projects above a certain value, include progressive thresholds for certain commitments, and measure performance of a procuring institution against those targets and hold accounting officers accountable. Focus on ownership and control by Black people and preferential procurement that speaks to forward-looking commitments, supply development commitments, and make sure that that is in the legislation. Focus on entrepreneurship and SMME development. Put measures in place to support Black enterprises with working capital. So we would like to get to what was proposed as a framework. So we're talking about a three-stage approach where stage one looks at a pre-qualification criteria, and if it should be applied, it should determine the barriers to entry. Primary categories of preference must go out of Section 217. Then we propose secondary categories of preference that will then speak to the necessary criteria of national and global interest, but it may not dilute the importance of the primary categories of preference. We've listed the typical criteria, we've listed primary objectives, and we've listed secondary categories of preference. So in terms of preference weighting must be greater than price and quality. And that is our submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for spending some time with the presenter. Translate. Here, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. Thanks for the opportunity to present. Chair, my name is Mektana Mandeke. I'm the Chief Procurement Officer for TFR, and with me is Sipole Seva, who's our GM for legal, and Asan Jacobs, GM for governance, and Janta Dawi, our Executive Manager for governance. They will be supporting me in the presentation. We have prepared a couple of slides, Chair. We will try to stick to the 10 million that was allocated to us. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we as Transnet support the bill in principle. We have, however, highlighted a few issues that we think if addressed, the bill will go a long way what public procurement. And as a start, we thought we should then lay a base that we then talk to the comments that we talk to later with regard to some of the challenges that we are experiencing as the schedule 2 ending. And we are saying that the procurement legislative challenges that are impacting SOCs such as Transnet that adversely due to a one-side legislative criteria is a challenge. And we then list a couple of challenges. The first one, challenges in sourcing material directly from the original equipment manufacturers. Because the SOCs have to comply to a myriad of public procurement restrictions, we end up finding it difficult to attract the OEMs to participate in our bid. A practical example is the supply of rails for transit freight rail where I come from. We have 6 OEMs that manufacture the grade of our rails. None of them is in South Africa, and whenever we issue a tender, none of them participate, and we end up to middlemen that add a hefty matter to our acquisition cost. And the second one is the inability to set aside local communities. And I think it was Pusa that spoke to also the challenge. Because the current legislative framework is prescriptive, if there is anything about 2 million per tender. So if I have a tender for grass cutting, I know the regulatory. I have to issue that on open tender. And the local businesses that also have that capability end up competing with the suppliers that are coming from there. And because I use the point scoring system that says 80-20 or 90-10, the bigger entities that are based in bigger cities end up outcoding the smaller ones, and we end up with a protest in our hand. So we would like the bill to give us a bit more flexibility that certain tenders were able to complete set aside for local where we operate. And then there's also a challenge of attracting top talent to the SOCs because of stringent procurement legislation. Whenever we advertise positions, we normally get CVs from procurement officials from other SOCs, people that are in the private sector. They ask the expenditure and different legislative prescriptions that they have to comply. And lastly, is the inability for SOCs to effectively compete with the private sector that only has to comply with the Companies Act. And Chair, we are by no means saying that we are not willing to comply, so that our colleagues across the table from National Secretary don't misinterpret. We want to comply, but what we are advocating for is a flexible, compliant legislative regime that recognizes that sharing two entities are businesses that are effectively competing with the private sector and should have that flexibility in our procurement processes. If we go to the next slide, then we highlight a couple of challenges also that we face when private sector participation project. There's no clear legislative framework that guides us on how we should navigate those. So we would like to go into depth on how we need those and whether they are regarded as things that fall in the bill or outside the bill. And the bill also gives public procurement officers to determine the threshold. The thresholds for open tenders. It says anything above 2 million, it has to be an open tender. We would like to have a bit of more flexibility, depending on the type of tender that you are issuing and the environment that you operate on. And then also the committee system is also one of the challenges. There's a prescription that anything above 2 million has to be adjudicated by the committee. That doesn't come with that. There are some tenders that could be adjudicated much bigger if they want a different system that allow us to adjudicate those. And also the various instruction notes that they come from National Treasury sometimes there's an impediment for us to execute our procurement project with speed. And we listed an example of a decision, which is a truly recognized legal mechanism where the supplier can say, I'm no longer interested for whatever reason. I would like to see this contract to be the who has the same capability. But because one entity abused that and National Treasury then issued a direct that can no longer be done. So our ask as well, which will be highlighted in our comment, to also ask for a bit of flexibility when those are issued. And also the bill also talks about the point system, which our view is that it's not the most effective. I think Honorable Mani touched it when he was responding, I think, to one of the questions, that 80-20 and 90-10 does not go far enough when it comes to transformation, because the large white-owned entities, most of them are level 1 and level 2, so they keep the BEE scoring, and then the next thing that they compete is price, and they are always able to outprice the smaller black companies. So we are saying that does not go far enough in addressing the issue of transformation. So the bill needs to try and look at alternative mechanisms that can address that. I'm going to pause there, Chair, and hand over to speakers who will then highlight some of the issues that are raised as things that could be addressed on the bill. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, good afternoon to yourself, Chair, and the colleagues in the call. Chair, so I'll be very brief, and I'll try to speak at a high level, Chairperson. Firstly, addressing the fact that Chairperson, as Schedule 2 company, we are a commercial entity. As a result, our strategic objective, amongst others, is to ensure financial sustainability, as well as the reduction of cost of doing business within South Africa. As a result, Chairperson, when we looked at the draft procurement bill, we appreciate the number of reform that the bill introduces. We appreciate the manner in which the bill addresses issues of corruption and addresses the issue of remedy whenever remedies when corruption has happened within public procurement system, Chairperson. However, Chair, we also think that the critical aspect of the object of this bill is to enable organs of state to do business as we are supposed to do. And as a Schedule 2 entity, it becomes very important for us that the bill is very clear in terms of the responsibility or the power that the bill gives to the Public Procurement Office as well as the Minister of Finance, in the sense of the establishment of the procurement system as well as the procurement method. This is the powers and the responsibilities that the board, the accounting authority, is given in terms of its fiduciary responsibilities in terms of the P&A. Chairperson, what is also critical for us is that some of the challenges that we have identified as part of the current legislation within public procurement is the one-size-fits-all approach to how procurement is done, especially a commercial entity like ourselves that operates in different industries, such as the real estate industry, freight rate industry, the ports, and maritime, Chairperson. And therefore, we find that the bill does not allow us to implement procurement processes that are appropriate for the different industries that we operate in. Chair, it is quite critical to look at Section 1 of the PFMA and how it requires the board to put in place an appropriate procurement provision system that is fair, equitable, transparent, cost-effective, and competitive, that we highlight in both the word appropriate. The word appropriate for us means that each and every procurement process that we implement must attain value for money. In the attainment of value for money, Chairperson, we are agreeing with the definition that says that value for money, the best outcome for the best company, meaning that it is not only a one-to-one rent to services, it is transformation and all the other appropriate non-financial indicators in how we implement procurement processes. Therefore, that becomes critical for us. Chair, that means that when we look at Section 17 of the bill, we appreciate the reforms that have been included in expanding the framework for implementation of preferential procurement policy. However, we find we want to caution how this section is legislated, Chair, to ensure that we are not, it's not, and there is some flexibility insofar as establishing appropriate procurement mechanisms to make sure that we approach the market in the right manner. Chairperson, we also appreciate that the bill recognizes automation, the need for automation and digitization in the procurement system. However, Chairperson, we do also raise a caution and submit input, Chairperson, in that the bill section 24 provides gives the public procurement office the responsibility to set to implement a single platform for implementation of procurement processes. And we find that not to recognize the fact that there are organs of state like ourselves that have gone some way in terms of digitization and automation, and as a result, some investment has been made. And we believe that Section 24 25 should in the manner that is applicable, should be able to exempt some of the organs of state with the provisions of Section 24. Chairperson, I think in a nutshell, that is our submission, that we seek the bill to be enabling in the manner that it is drafted, and that it should enable the state to put in place appropriate methods and not be Chairperson in terms of the bid committees, the procurement methods that are adopted in enabling the board to discharge its responsibilities in terms of Section 51. Chairperson, some of the issues that we have raised, I think it is important to state in my closing remarks that it is the kind of mechanisms that we have seen in the instruction notes that have been issued by the National Treasury, and now that has been escalated to the level of the bill. And I think at this point, they have proven to be a challenge for our performance as so easy for procurement is concerned, and we are for their escalation. Thank you, Chair.
Proceed, Jerry, on question 2, quarter to 3. I'll come back at item 6. It's something that I'm doing. Yes.
Okay, so the last check is my not working well. We now on Ariba. Let's check if they can hear us.
Hello.
They feel the time on Rachel. Can you hear us? It's your turn.
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if you can hear me though.
We can hear you. Can proceed.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I just need to time myself. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. I would have loved to be there, but I'm actually attending exhibitions in Durban, so I was not able to make it in person. I have submitted a Word version and the version that will be presented now, so I will appreciate it if the committee members will then look at both documents. Because of time, I won't be able to present everything that's in there. So Oriza Consulting is a cyber law consultancy that is specializing in cyber law and cyber security governance. So our interest here is that we are advocates of local content and good governance. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So our approach when we're reviewing the bill, we were considering what the National Development Plan has found and what it has recommended in terms of Chapter 14. And importantly, that we need to achieve good governance accountability, and by 2030, we should have reached zero tolerance to corruption. We also noted from the NDP. Hello?
We can still hear.
Okay, thank you. So we do need good governance and accountability, and we also need to achieve that. We need institutional checks and balances, and there are challenges that also the Auditor General has found. So we were looking at whether this bill is really talking to those issues. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So before we do what we wanted to add here, we decided to add a slide which just to show what are the current challenges according to our experience and understanding. So the policies are fragmented, as it's noted already. Contract management is effective, which perpetuate green contracts. There is no innovation fund, no support for localization. In terms of local contents, there's biasness to imports, which perpetuates economic divide. And the culture within the public sector is tenderpreneurism and undue influence and interference, which is perpetuating corruption. And from a cybersecurity perspective, which must be achieved through the contract management space or within the procurement space, it's an afterthought, and it compromises the public sector infrastructure. Next, please. Okay, so from the bill now, we have noted that the section 1951 of the Constitution was identified, which is part of the public service, but then we were not able to see how this framework is comprehensively creating a framework that will then promote or create a resilient anti-corruption system. So there was no clarity there in terms of, other than listing section 195 and the elements that are important for the bill, we didn't see what else, how the framework was created to deal with current challenges. And we also noted that in terms of the preferential procurement, there wasn't a framework that we saw, except that there was reference to the fact that 2172 and 2173 is requiring that framework, but it wasn't clear as to how the issues of preferential procurement are addressed. So if we can move to the next slide, please. And in terms of integrated and standardization perspective, the bill doesn't sufficiently provide for the preferential framework. It is not clear what form of relief is being brought forward to strengthen the preferential procurement as outlined in other spaces, including the NDP. We were not able to see how it addresses the challenges that are available today. Though the memo recognizes that there is fragmentation, we were not able to see how the bill is actually creating a single framework. It was not clear from the way the bill is written. If we can move to the next slide, please. So the bill did not only fall short to produce a single framework, but it didn't align itself to existing regulations in terms of, if it's a single framework, then it means it's either they are incorporated or there is cross-reference. So there wasn't any relationship or integration in terms of what we were able to see. If we can move to the next slide, please. One of the biggest challenges is lack of support, as I've already highlighted, for local content and commitment to redress the past imbalances. And one of the example is that with BEE now, multinationals are also able to achieve BEE level 1. So it's unclear as to how then now do we redress the past imbalances, because preferential procurement was meant to do that. But if then as SMMEs, we now have to compete with multinationals, then we are no longer sure if this framework is actually helping out in terms of redressing the past imbalances and making sure that everybody is participating equitably in the market. The example that I also wanted to give is that even if most of the businesses, particularly the space where I am, which is the ICT, the government spent a minimum, I had put it in bold there because it's that important, of 30 billion per annum. But most of this money is actually spent on imports. So there isn't really any empowerment economically within South Africa. And as I've indicated earlier, there's biasness in terms of imports instead of supporting local content. Next slide, please. So the bill is supposed to drive local innovation, but it's not addressing that part. The current law is inhibiting local innovation. So we were hoping that this bill will actually address issues of innovation, local content and localization, but the bill is silent in terms of that. And we also looked at issues around environment, because we are also advocate of the green IT, but we were not able to see how the issues around sustainable environment are going to be addressed, because the bill is silent around that. And as I say, it's not integrating or bringing together other existing either legislation or frameworks to make sure that it is a single framework that can work for everyone. Next slide, please. We have noted with concern that the bill do not make any provision for security, including cybersecurity where we are, and minimum baseline security standard for procurement of critical infrastructure and operational technology system and digital infrastructure. Apart from the definition, we have also noted that there wasn't much framework provided relating to strategic sourcing. We have also noted that reference to transversal contracts were made. However, there wasn't any clear framework provided in terms of how is this framework going to assist us moving forward to deal with the current challenges. If we can move to the next slide, please. Yeah, this is our recommendation. Strategic sourcing is a process that creates efficiencies and minimizes supply risks. So we are bill should provide strategic sourcing framework, which is not there at the moment. And we are also recommending that the bill should incorporate governance, risk, and compliance as part of this bill, so that we are able to deal with risks, issue of governance, and ensure regulatory compliance. And we also believe that contract management is vital part of strategic sourcing and to actually achieve a cyber-secure environment. So we are recommending that provisions to deal with contract management framework should be added, and also provisions to deal with security safeguards baseline in line with Section 19 of the POPI Act should be added in the bill. Next slide, please. If I still have time, I think is the last slide.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is our conclusion. We will be available for further consultation to advance this strategic process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The next presenter will be the construction. 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, you announced in your working lunch, so you can go ahead and take the lunch. Yeah, group construction. Okay. Yeah, now. Thank you.
Chair, members, letter to everyone for remaining till the very end. I feel like I'm the last note in a long performance by Dollar Brand, but it's an important ending, and I'll make just one or two little notes on the smallest key there. But it seems to me, having listened to everyone and also having seen what's on the committee's live stream and site and all the information which has been made available, that there's one point which everyone accepts, and it must be so, and that's the foundation on which our whole constitutional democracy also rests. And that is that the Constitution and Section 217 is the foundation upon which public procurement rests. I act for 24 companies, only 24 now because it's unavailable. That's the number of companies who've indicated their support. They're all involved in road construction or infrastructure construction. It's a large portion of public procurement. Government money, public funds are expended on national roads, provincial roads, municipal roads. It's a very capital intensive exercise, and there are large amounts of money which are used there, but there are also major opportunities for transformation, for local community involvement. And for that reason, our members, those that I represent, subscribe wholeheartedly to that which this Act also seeks to do, i.e. present a unified, unfragmented system, framework within which public procurement needs to be done. The contractors that we represent, they need to know as much as everyone else on what basis they must tender, on what basis their tenders are going to be adjudicated, and where they need to improve whatever they've done thus far in order to satisfy the requirements of the Constitution. So for this group, it's imperative that Section 217 and particularly Section 217 of the Constitution sets the framework. And the point that has been made by many, and which we also make, is that regrettably this bill, particularly the section dealing with public and preferential procurement, which is what Section 217 requires a national piece of legislation to set a framework for, does not set a framework within which that can be implemented. Section 2173 also says there must be a framework of a national legislation within which public and preferential procurement specifically must be implemented. Now, if anyone asks one here, how is this policy of preferential procurement provided for 2172 to be implemented? The answer is not going to be look at the Public Procurement Act or the bill. The answer is going to be no, wait and see what the minister is going to say in regulations. And on that very fundamental level, unfortunately, this act will be unconstitutional. Many people have made the point that they don't want to continue litigating into the future about legislation which is constitutional or not, and have the court set it aside and have it sent back to Parliament to redo, because that is not an efficient way of doing what everybody wants to do, i.e. do what the Constitution requires us to do. And Section 2173 requires a national piece of legislation to set the framework within which the policy is to be implemented. So when Transnet has to implement its policy of preferential procurement, or when any of the other parties who've made submissions here want to comply with the Constitution and comply with what's required for preferential procurement and for procurements generally, when it comes to preferential procurement, they can't find a framework, a scoring mechanism, an identification of the factors which need to be applied and how it is to be applied in this Act. That is going to be determined by the Minister in due course, and that we respectfully submit as an abdication of Parliament's responsibility in favour of a Minister, in favour of a Public Procurement Office, which is not what the Constitution enjoins Parliament to do. Section 2173 says national legislation must set a framework in which this is to be implemented. So that is the point I think everyone has made, and unfortunately, as impressive and as important as objects and purpose of the Act is to avoid fragmentation, to have a uniform system, unfortunately, abdicating that function to a minister, it's not quite clear whether that's the Minister of Finance or not. The definition here refers to a minister responsible for financial matters appointed by the Cabinet. So that is uncertain. And then we make in our presentations few other which we submit are helpful points. They're small, as with the note at the end of a piece of boldness to suggest a performance by Abdullah Ibrahim. But the other points we make is that when it comes for our clients to know road building, there's national roads, there are provincial roads, there's infrastructure which has to be built in municipalities, and each tier in terms of Schedule 5 to the Constitution has its own areas of responsibility, its own legislative areas, and for the Public Procurement Office to determine how public procurement must be conducted by those various tiers of government and institutions we submit is going to be problematic. Schedule 5 to the Constitution. And then one other point we raised, also in an attempt to be helpful, is that the tribunal is there to expedite the resolution of disputes and avoid all this litigation, which is plaguing everyone and then preventing everyone from achieving the objects of Section 217. But there's still some gaps. For example, there is the provision in Section 7 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, which says you must exhaust internal appeal mechanisms before you can go to court. Now, the tribunal, which will be established, is that internal appeal mechanism, and this Act says that you first need to follow that process before one can go to court, and hopefully many of the disputes will be resolved there, and hopefully none of them will go to court. But there's still Section 62 of the Municipal Systems Act, which requires you, if you have a dispute about municipal procurement, for example, to go to the municipal manager or the mayor to first exhaust your internal appeal there. So there's a conflict if one goes to court in due course and you haven't exhausted the municipal appeal mechanism, it could be found to have a problem. But ultimately, there's also this provision, I think, in Section 3.1.2 of this bill, which says preference will be given to this Act if it conflicts with other acts. But there are other provisions which say that this Act has to be applied together with the BBBEE Act. Once again, there are those little points which we've raised which create confusion. Many of the other people have also pointed out difficulties with the bill as it's drafted. Those can be corrected. But the fundamental point we respectfully submit, which many of the speakers have also asked for, is that an Act of Parliament spells out exactly what all the relevant criteria need to be, and that act sets the framework within which public procurement and preferential procurement must happen. It cannot be left to the minister, whoever that minister may be, to determine the framework. And Section 2173 says Parliament must determine the framework. Thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you so much, and thanks for sticking to time. Don't worry, we'll get to the 10 minutes between second last presentations. Because the last presenters will be the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, the 5.
Thank you, Chair.
It's now yours. I think you have virtual.
Yes, can you hear?
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Peli Sankomo. I am the chair of NSP Pillar 5 Economic Power. I'm also a development economist by profession. I also chair a board of Oxfam South Africa. Chair, I just want to raise several issues. I think here I'm taking the floor presenting a constituency that is actually normally more often than not is ignored within the mainstream economy. And I'm using the mainstream economy for colloquial reasons today. I represent, the woman who has just killed her own children because she had no access to economic opportunities. I represent the women who are located in rural communities who experience perpetual exclusion in the economy based on their geographic location. I also represent informal sector women who undertake businesses and aspire one day to run vibrant businesses, but actually have no opportunities. I also represent gender-based violence survivors who would like to leave abusive relationships, but they're not able to do that because they don't have access to economic opportunities, Chair. So the second issue I want to raise is the fact that I think the issues around gender responsive procurement have been well ventilated. We've had IWCFSA earlier. We've heard Professor Anna Maria who yesterday who kind of like really dwelled quite in detail around gender responsiveness and other substantial issues. But I'm going to deal with the fact that, which based on the constituency that I'm saying I'm here to represent, around the inhibiting effects of dualism within the South African economy. Because one of the key things about this bill, the bill is structured as though that South Africa is actually a perfect market where supply and demand are at equilibrium. And as such, we actually apply one size fits all. And I think that's the spirit of the bill as currently stands, which is even not very far from the previous bill that we've had. That's the first issue. That's the second issue, Chair, I want to raise. I think there's the other issue I want to raise, Chair, is also related with the fact that as long as we're not explicit around the issue of local manufacturing as a pre-qualification and making it mandatory for anyone to secure business in South Africa, we will continue to remain an import reliant. We're going to remain an economy that relies on imports for it to actually, particularly for consumption goods. The other issue that I want to raise as well is the fact that as long as we apply one size fits all in the procurement system, where we don't recognize that our economy is actually designed in a dualistic way, and therefore we need to be able to use the procurement bill as a lever for redistribution, but also fundamental, and make it sure that we don't. Okay, sorry, there's an echo, Chair there. Can the technical team help? All right, okay. So, yes, Chair, I'm back, yeah. So just to say that, so as long as we don't see the public procurement as actually a vital, policy to creating equitable, sustainable society and achieving gender equality, we're actually going to struggle to achieve the things that we want. I heard several members of parliament earlier talking about the need to balance transformation and as well as fairness. Now, I want to deal, Chair, a little bit with Section 217 of the which is really the preamble of the act. It's actually a constitutional act, and I want to really implore members of the Portfolio Committee to think this thing thoroughly. And I heard, a lot of members saying that, Section 217, Section 1 is the basis of this bill. In fact, I want to highlight today to the Portfolio Committee that, in fact, the 5 principles that are aligned, that are articulated in that clause, Chair, are actually inherently contradictory. So fairness, equitability, transparency, competitiveness, and cost effectiveness in an economy that firstly relies on imports, that's one. Secondly, an economy where its industrial output has declined to 19% since 1994. When we moved into a democratic dispensation, the industrial capacity of South Africa, we could contribute in the global economy at 41%. We're sitting now at 19%, and we continue to be to have a high propensity to actually import goods instead of producing locally. Therefore, that clause, in fact, by design, it's so contradictory, because what we'll then do is that for citizens to be able to qualify for any goods within the public sector, they'll have to import, and then they'll become competitive, and that'll be cost effective, and then there's going to be value for money. Now, the issue that we're doing here, Chair, from a political economics perspective, is that we're placing a premium on a price. So the 2 principles there, which competitiveness and cost effective, are contradicting fairness and equitability. Because if you have 80% of South Africans who are Black, who have a history of being racially discriminated against to participate in the economy in particular, it means that they don't only have limited expertise and industrial capabilities to produce certain goods, but it also means that they will naturally be excluded. And therefore, the Section 217, which is enshrined in the Constitution, does not seek to advance what the spirit of transformation or of redistribution is about, which is on Section 9 of the Constitution. So it's contradictory. The last point, Chair, that I want to make before you tell me my time is up, is that what the Portfolio Committee needs to do is that if they're not able to change this clause in the Constitution, which is, it will be calling for constitutional amendments, is to then strengthen this bill by making sure that it accommodates that goods that are produced locally, they accommodate higher prices, because we are rebuilding this economy from scratch. And because we don't have strong industrial capacity, we therefore need to grant South Africans an opportunity to rebuild new goods. For instance, we buy a needle in South Africa, outside of South Africa, the needle that we use to sew our clothes when they're torn apart, when our children come back to school, when they're sewn, they're torn apart. When a project of women, sewing project, women that is led by gender-based, gender-based violence survivors are pitching for an opportunity, because their prices are much higher, they are often excluded, because these 5 principles are used, particularly of competitiveness and cost effectiveness. And they actually have no backup. They have no trust fund that supports them. They have no land. They absolutely have nothing to support them, so that to make it sure that their costs are much lower. And they have no economies of scale, because they have, for almost 300 years, they've never been given opportunity to participate in an economy in an equitable way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pelisa. And even economically time, thank you for that. And now we come to the big item, and we want to depend on the case. Made a point, Chair, that how I think departments aspects should make use of the other channels to give more time to external stakeholders to made their own solutions. Okay, members, leaders on that. Thank you.
You said in the interest of time, I'm not going to ask questions. I'm just obviously maybe something in the last there is something that gender organization, but I know it's very important. And I think the point, and I like the fact that contrary one is that the lead has quite standing as a very money in terms of 80%. And I think what kills that is that there's a big transaction concept that was in $100 so when we did all the transactions that they talk to the subsection 1 to 1 this also lists the other corresponding sections in the constitution that talk to transformation. I think that's a balance next point. I will come that. And I welcome the function secretary to say everything must be in the law, so to speak. And because also Chairperson, we cannot write off the issue of captured individuals. We get to reach down that it's a violent. So let's say these are captured. Keep the power in the law, not in the individual or the minister, because the minister you can buy. And this is just a so if anybody that keeps talking and wanting to push everything into the relation, I think that person must be treated with suspicion. Anybody that does it, because that's what happens. When you want to collapse the so I am very sorry. Into the direction that it says put it start framework. So what is that we're doing? So I really think that in the past it's quite that. That's what is asked for. And then Chairperson in the order, DVC has a framework that they're proposing. I think and in the captain will see how that framework talks everything else. And then also Abasa talks very well about the program. You know, Chairperson, I think just based on the Abasa. An example is that if you explain yourself, you want to control your house, why take a report and conclude a board out with that report, or we give a 30-meter big wall to secure your house. We say it's more expensive and therefore it's not cost effective. When you program a report. So all of them that are saying that I'm trying to downplay state that most like want to just that thing to sustain. This is why South Africa will burn forever and ever. We're not enjoying everybody else will buy. But the problem is that only that make them right now most so let's just understand that the issue of the evolutionary idea is in the interest of all. Running quickly and Chairperson, transformation of the private sector. I think it's also a very important thing. Notwithstanding what that actually that we may want also rely on very clear that there must be legislation that there's quality, there's also. In the context of that, I want to suggest that instead of really crowding this legislation in everything, that we look at a separate bill that is going to drop on private sector. You know, I'm almost sure that from recent one, this is like the private companies below that. So to do a proper job, there are too many intricacies around private sector to just lump it here, just visit it as a binding. There has to be all kinds of nuances. So I would suggest to the colleagues in business that make some submissions on private sector. I see you are making a recommendation of 10 billion, someone will say 5 and all of that. So let's do a proper job this point, and the EFM will be very good to see do that. So that we also it will save us time because we were stretching people from public procurement, just pure procurement. It's the going back from the so therefore we are back to another 10 days. So I think that's the accommodate to visit that way. And then just say one issue is the state organ that are presenting young men. I don't know if you introduced have any of them or more reason. Depends the government in government the structure called COSAC. When all that general state coordinate. Why is that we want the partners that run by teach coming here when the structure in COSAC that we're politically coordinated and all that. So that by the time a national treasury, whatever they're all other teachers have already. Now, for for organs of states, like a government, I always do think we should keep the minute on that. This is just a platform. Translate also by that. In the speaking and not check the application for the section 7 of the PSA allows the minister to text that state-owned enterprises and the government from all the provisions of this act. Why is actually then in fact, section of the PSP Act, as it stands right now, the Act allows state-owned enterprises to develop their own financial policy. This was verified, Mr. President, by the Constitution on the 2nd of February 2022. In this down. This was clarified that two things. One, that the minister has to have the initiatives of the state because the act is on subject. The list of the direct subjects defined of that the act to stay and do regulation for this and the other. The court said no, because subject says you can't. And that was a constitutional court. So we were placed off with it. I'm surprised that state-owned enterprises have not been that. So they were placed off with this. And because there's nothing that just down to court. They're now on the regulations, which is not you are just out of order. They're filing contempt of the court possibly. Because the court is clear that we shouldn't do that on the state-owned enterprise. So I'm just saying, Chairperson, you have a telco that use the opportunity to get out of the mess of PFA and taking telecom is being this. Why can't everybody just this is the state-owned enterprise last government or information companies. So the square peg alone, but this just doesn't demonstrate. Let leadership in the state-owned enterprise space. And the minister, the chairman of the enterprise, for them to be viable, got them a temple kind of a dispensation. Chair, lastly, approve, let's say, minister did not describe it. Yeah, I think on up, yeah, up to 10 years back, I think that dispensation where the minister must prescribe the going. Because if you do that, again, there's a ruling that you can't prescribe on the regulation something that is not in the law. So I don't think reject that the RFL because it's technical aspect. Lastly, Chairperson, I keep saying lastly, I would have thought that some in particular, the focus of some presentation should be on how all of this interconnectivity. This is the one act that is the destroying Subtaco members. But Subtaco is completely standard. And laws that act possibly have been carried beyond. Now we have expected submission of Subtaco. What are the issues that are still in this act that government that now universal that is correct? The opportunity loss by Subtaco, but I don't think really all lost. I think the one aspect the community which will be ongoing this bring up so that is a proper of this legislation and everybody is assisted. And right now, CIDB is one of the biggest problems for black contractors and some the thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mani. The bells have started ringing, but
yeah, no, no, welcome. Just on the Department of Defense, they are recommending that the issue of subcontracting be included in regulations, as has been the case previously. So I just want to find out what is covered in a SAP condition. The differential as it is structured the section 7 subsection C or modifiers. Just want to find out what is the caption to this section. And they're also saying that they're recommending that we must only make reference to regulations that also boost instructions and guidelines. So I just want to understand the content. I say that the bill must not make reference to instructions and guidelines. However, when that instruction guidelines, or are they saying you must just go away with instructions and guidelines, only have regulations where there are gray areas, where there are gray areas, regulations, instructions, and other forms of interpretations. Yeah, due to time, let me just make the last comment on Subtaco. If the Subtaco has assisted us in bringing the middle ground with the matter that we discussed earlier after the presentation of transformations. Subtaco is saying that there's no competition in transformation and value for money. They are saying, in fact, the transformation is part of value for money. So you can't say, I'm prioritizing value for money. Therefore, I cannot look at issues of transformation. See, we matters of transformation, they are part of value for money. So I think it's a good establishment that is made by Subtaco. Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, thanks to you and for the presenters. If there are fundamental questions that can be asked, can you please state that in writing? We are pressed for time and report by sharing and that affected our connection. Thank you so much. I'll give the remaining minutes to the chairperson to do the closing remarks. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks. I think the four of us who are here, in the meantime, we're going to the virtual connection to Parliament. In fact, not as present. Even when we live here, it will take us almost 10 minutes to reach control. Thank you very much, honorable members. Let me also thank the stakeholders who took all the time to prepare for these public hearings. The past 2 days were dedicated thank those who managed to fly down or drive down to Parliament. Equally so, thank those who are in the virtual platform. Public participation is very important to make sure that the public participate in decision-making and law-making processes. This bill, the Public Procurement Bill, is a very important bill. It is important because it addresses the issue of transformation. It's not the first time that the issue of transformation has been attended to, including by the courts. Former Chief Justice Pius Langa and Chaskalsen dealt with this matter before. Chief Justice Pius Langa said, I quote, transformation is a social and economic revolution. And anything that we have to do will be insufficient unless we deal with the issue of transformation. Equally so, Chief Justice Arthur Chaskalsen dealt with the issue of substantive equality. Not just to comply, but equality should be substantive. Transformation should redress the historical injustice and imbalances. During colonialism and apartheid, race was used to control access to South Africa's productive resources and access to skills. South Africa's economy, now as we speak, still excludes the vast majority of its people from ownership of productive assets. Transformation must be implemented to redress apartheid's legacy of economic exclusion and inequality by bringing Black people, who constitute a majority of South Africa's population, into the mainstream of the economy. This exercise of dealing with this bill that addresses procurement has to advance the protection of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. Women who have come to this platform since yesterday and in a written form have raised the issue of patriarchy very sharply. We can't close our eyes and ears and behave as if everything is equal. Men still hold power and women are still disadvantaged. And what I hear women to be saying is that procurement must be gender responsive to address the issue of patriarchy. Equally so, youth are raising very strong voice that they are disadvantaged. If you look at the statistics on employment, I think the youth constitute 74% of the sector which is unemployed. Also, the disabled are affected. This bill has to respond to all these sectors that are disadvantaged. The state has to use procurement as a tool for empowerment of the previously disadvantaged. Why? Because the state is the bigger procurer of services. Since yesterday, people are emphasizing that the state spent almost $1 trillion on procurement. Out of that trillion, how much do women benefit? How much do youth, disabled, and Africans benefit from that trillion? Therefore, it is important for the state to intervene to level the playing field. So the issue of transformation will have to be addressed sharply so. Therefore, it is very important that Chapter 4, for instance, will not be left as it is. It can't be left to the executive. The bill is here now in Parliament. It was with the executive from 2014. So it can't be when it comes to Parliament. Then we're told that there is a lacuna which must go back. We don't legislate in that manner in South Africa. You have the executive process where they must include NEDLEG, and Treasury also had its own public hearings. And so many people have made submissions. And the bill has been tabled in June. The Speaker has referred the bill to this committee. So this committee can't go back and say, we are referring back the bill to the executive. It doesn't work like that in the separation of powers. So whatever issues that have been left by the executive, if the public raise those issues sharply, it is the responsibility to address them, because we are a lawmaking body. So from here, what is going to happen in terms of the process? As much as we are done with the public hearings in these 2 days, will not disadvantage those who were not able to make it. We'll leave the space open for written submissions so that no one is left out. I was called by young people this morning, the youth who were worried that they were not here. We never had the voice of the youth. So we'll have to make a provision for them to send us their written submission. From there, we'll come back, we'll invite you as stakeholders. We'll have this hybrid so that it caters for all of us. National Treasury will have to address or respond to all the issues that have been raised by the stakeholders through the process of submissions, both oral and in written form. We'll also have to address the issue of Chapter 4 and the issue of the framework. We don't want to pass a bill as Parliament that will be challenged day one, the President signs it. And we are not going to stop people to go to court because we are living in a constitutional democracy. So we are here. The gentleman you see here is called Advocate Jenkins. He's heading the legal division. Him and his team assist us to deal with legal issues. So we are going to deal with all those issues, including the framework that people have raised sharply. And I have had stakeholders to raising also very other critical issues, like the issue of the local content. It has been coming through from yesterday and throughout the written submissions. It's a matter that we have to attend to, but we can't be a country that just consumes goods coming from other countries, even in areas where we have got competitive advantage. Then we are left to be vulnerable. It's a matter that we have to be attended to. We can't be a dumping ground of goods that comes from all over, including counterfeits, and we do nothing about it. We have to deal with this matter very sharply through this bill and other bills. But there are other issues that we have to consult other portfolio committees, like the issue of whistleblowing, because it is also catered for, I think, in justice, if I'm not mistaken, or police. So we work as a collective in Parliament so that we don't have everything that is also provided for in other legislations in this legislation. Otherwise, it might contradict other legislations and have got a problem of legality. So after Treasury, Parliament will take the process forward to deal with the clause by clause, adopt the report, submit to Parliament, and then from there, Parliament submit to the President for accenting. So thanks very much. Until we meet again, the meeting is officially closed. Thank you.